And hello, everybody. Welcome on Mysteries with Mr. Belgic. Today, we are going to talk about the Delphi case, the Delphi murder. Hello, Jinx. Hello, Dark Side of the Moon. Hello, Mr. GSV. I hope you have spent a good weekend and you will spend a nice week. So, to be clear, I don't know so much about the case. Let's say, I'm new on the case. I know the basics, but I don't have followed the case because I was already following other case would take a lot of time. And when I was interested by this case, I I've seen something strange, something really strange. I don't know what for now. I don't know if uh, Richard Matthew Allen is guilty or not. Hello, Fire Pixie. He's been judged and found guilty, and now he will serve uh, pe- uh, he, he will serve 130 years of prison. So I assume that Richard Allen is guilty, but me, I don't know. Though, so if you're interested to start with me on this case, here we go. So for now, I'm going just to tell you the basics of the case. That the murder of Abigail Williams and Libby German, also known as the Delphi murder, occurred on February 13, 2017 in Delphi, Indiana. Their bodies were discovered near the Monon High Bridge Trail, part of the Delphi Historic Trails. From where the girls disappeared the previous day, the murder received extensive media coverage, in part due to the video and audio recording released by law enforcement that came from Libby's German smartphone, which recorded an individual believed to be the killer, known as the Bridge Guy. The case remained unresolved for 5 years till 2022, when Richard Matthew Allen was arrested and charged with murders. He was found guilty in 2024 and sentenced to 130 years in prison. About the murder, at 1:35 p.m. on February 3rd, 2017, 13 years old Abigail Joyce William, born June 23, 2003, and 14 years old Liberty Rose Lynn German, born December 27, 2002, were dropped off by Libby German's older sister, Kelsey German, on Country Road 300 North, east of the Osier Heartland Highway. The girls were hiking on the Monon High Bridge over Dee Creek among woodland in remote Dee Creek Township. At 2:07 p.m., Libby German used social media to post a photo of Abby Williams walking the bridge. After this incident, they were not heard from again. They were reported missing at 5:30 p.m. after they had failed to meet Libby's German father at 3:15 p.m. The families initially searched for the girls themselves before calling the police. Authorities searching the area did not initially suspect foul play in the disappearance. This changed when the bodies of the girls were found around noon the next day, about 0.5 miles, which is 0.8 kilometers, east of the abandoned Monon High Bridge. The bodies were found on the north bank of the creek. So the suspect in this case is Richard Matthew Allen. And today we are going to watch together the first police interview in 2022, maybe the second police interview. I don't know yet, but if you have any remark or any question during the interview, we can stop the interview and talking about what you have seen or something you have catch, something which is not true, something weird, but here we go for this interrogation.
Okay, great. See you later, Richard. Thank you. I don't know if I gave you one of my cards. There it is. I think that is. I probably stepped down. There you are. So, the reason we wanted to talk to you is about the Abigail case. Okay. And, I appreciate your time in doing that. And as a formality, before we talk to anybody about these things, I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? And the door here is open. You can leave anytime you want. Be glad to give you a ride back or whatever. So, but we need to make sure that we go cover a formality here. And I'm going to get to the page here with this is a Miranda warning. So before we ask any questions, you understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to the lawyer for advice before we ask any questions, and have with you during questions. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we'll be waiting for you for any questions you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering each time. You also have the right to stop answering each time you talk to the lawyer. And like I said, you're not under arrest, so just want to make sure you understand those rights. Down here at the bottom, it says, I read this statement of rights, understand rights. I do not know a lawyer at this time, and I understand what I am doing. No promises or threats to make me, no pressure occurs or any kind of good used against me. If you'd be willing to talk with us, or just if you understand your rights, we just need to make sure that we're sharp. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, this is the Miranda right.
We're just going back to the beginning of the case, and we know you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. We just want to figure out what you saw when you were out there before.
Is it better now?
Great, wonderful. Okay. Now, Connie brought up something that you had done, and initially you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin, and according to Lieutenant Doolin, the information he got to you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay. And that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that may have been the old welfare office out there. Well, while at the Freedom Bridge, you saw 3 females, and noted that one was taller and had black or brown long hair. This is basically what he had written down. Okay. And maybe even got some information about your phone or something like that. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. So now you understand everything. So I want to make sure that we just kind of get some information from you. We get started here off the bat with today's date, which is Thursday. And today is 10/13 of 22. What time do you have, Tony? It's 11:15. 10:45. And your full name is? Richard. H-A-R-D. Matthew. Allen. That's A-L-L-E-N. Mm-hmm. Okay, and how old are you now? 50 years old. Okay. Your date of birth? 99/72. Okay, great. Can I ask you to write down the X? Is that right there? I'm in the 50-year-old club this year. Yes. I'm beyond that, actually. So. Just true. No. You're already hard to believe. And do you know your driver's license number off the top of your head? No. Don't worry about it. The home address, I didn't get it when I was out there. What is it? 1967. 67. Whiteman Drive. Okay. And the phone number you can be contacted at? 317-612-4533. Do you have water? I got one right here, John. Oh, okay, sir. I'll be right back. And do you have any of their cell phone numbers you can be contacted by? I got my wife's number. Okay, what is her phone number? 317-612-4753. Never dial numbers anymore. You don't. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. And how long have you had that phone number? That's your one-stop number.
I believe I got it when I worked at Indy, so it would have been prior to 2006.
Okay.
Because it's an Indy number.
Okay. Okay. So let's see. And can I ask what kind of phone you have?
It's an Android, a Google.
Okay. Yeah. What's your email address?
RICK2045 @frontier.com.
Do you have any other email addresses?
Hello, Omar. You say 100% guilty. You are not here. We are not here to judge. We are here to analyze. Maybe he's 100% guilty. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm new on this case, so I'm going to analyze everything step by step. So you can say that he's 100% guilty. This is something I don't know, and I don't think even you know if he's 100% guilty or not. This is only 1 or 2% who knows that. The killer, and maybe the killers. But welcome, Omar. Welcome.
I know a couple myself, so I asked.
Yeah, I don't use it very often. It's Foojaka, Foojacka 0 @gmail.com. And I had one at Yahoo at some point too, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, great. What kind of social media did you do applications you use, like Facebook, at all? Do you have a Facebook account?
Well, my wife does, I don't.
Sounds so familiar. Okay. Okay. And does she post often? Things like
She's,
on there all the time?
yeah, she does.
Okay, all right. So what is your marital status?
Married.
Married, okay. And have you been married before?
No.
Okay. Number of children you were talking about, your kid, your daughter? What's her name again?
Rick. Oh, my daughter. Rick Jr. No, Brittany.
Okay. And how old is Brittany now, you said? I did math earlier.
28,
28, okay. She's born when, you said?
1994.
4, okay. And what's her last name now?
Zapanta. Zapamta.
Okay. And any grandkids?
No.
And what's her husband's name? Is he from around here?
He's originally from the Philippines,
Oh, okay.
but lived in Canada, and he's been here shortly before they got married, so around 16, maybe 15, 16,
Okay.
I don't know. They got married in 17.
What's his name?
Paulo, P-A-U-L-O.
Okay. P-A-U-L-L? Oh, I put another one.
P-A-U-L-O.
I got it. Okay. All right. So, but he lived here for a while, so he never, since the Panthers being around here.
No, not around here.
Around here?
No.
Maybe somebody else?
He was already up in Napanee when she met him.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Graduated from high school where at?
North Miami.
What year?
91.
Okay. And any other vocational training, college classes?
Went to Ivy Tech, like a couple semesters.
What'd you study there?
Accounting.
Okay. Any other vocational training or? Okay.
Well, I was in the military, but
Oh, okay. That's the question coming up here. Were you involved in any fraternal organizations, clubs, or athletics, or anything like that in school?
I did some track here and there. I did football for like a year, but nothing serious.
Okay. Any clubs or National Honor Society or something like that?
Oh, no.
Sorry. Military service, so what branch?
National Guard, Army National Guard.
And what was highest rank achieved?
E5 Sergeant.
Okay, mostly around here? Or
No, it was in, I was born right, well, not born, but I lived in Mexico most of my life.
Mexico, like in
Indiana.
Indiana, like in America.
Yeah.
Okay.
You always get that. Yeah, Mexico, Clearly, Denver. Yeah.
Okay, all
It was
right.
Mexico.
Yeah, okay.
But it was Peru was where I was in the National Guard at, sorry.
All right. Go to church anywhere?
No.
Have you ever?
On occasion, nothing.
Okay. Where did you usually go to? Any place around
I
here?
don't even know. No, not around here.
Okay. Parents go to church, or did they take you to church? I don't get that.
No, my grandparents went to church. My parents didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any criminal history? You've been arrested for anything? Any medical problems, heart trouble, high blood pressure, psychological disorders?
Oh, yeah. Did everything.
Okay.
I've had a heart attack. I've got a couple stents.
Okay.
And,
How long ago was your heart attack?
2010.
Okay, you were 40.
37. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm. And, anything else?
Depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, cholesterol.
And you're working?
Yeah, so for now, on my understanding, because I have forget to tell you that it is the first time I'm watching this video. I want to be completely, let's say, fresh, have a fresh eye. So it's the first time I'm watching this video. So he claimed that he had anxiety, depression in the past, maybe on the present day, I don't know. And he suffered from some health issues like diabetes or some stuff like this. But for now, I don't see anything strange. If you have seen anything strange, tell me in the chat. But for now, I don't see anything strange.
CVS. So you said you've been there how many years?
Since, well, not the one here, but with CBS since 2013.
Okay. So you worked on the West CVS somewhere?
Yeah, I worked in training Marion, I worked in Peru, and then I came to Delphi. I'm thinking 16, 17, 16. I've been there a while now.
But you said you lived at your house out there since 2000. So you drive back and forth with those CVS?
Yeah, I was leaving Walmart. Like I said, I spent 10 years with Walmart. I was actually a store manager at one point with Walmart. Chose to leave the company and do something different, and interviewed with CVS, and Peru was the district manager that I interviewed with. Peru was the furthest western store that he had, or closest to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I was going to be working, and it just didn't work out the way that I thought it was long term. I mean, I was there several years, but I wanted to add a training position, a managerial training position. I told them I didn't want to do that anymore. Mm-hmm. Long story short, and put in the transfer back, and like I said, I hit 16, I'm going to say around 16, 17, somewhere.
Well, managing is kind of hard sometimes, I understand. Was there a particular reason why you didn't stay in management, or?
Tired of it, the bureaucracy, not really being about taking care of the customer. It's more about hitting this number on this spreadsheet and that number on that spreadsheet, and then you get the call every 15 minutes. If you didn't hit this number on this spreadsheet, none of them really help you take better care of the customer. I mean, you spend your time managing scorecards, and I just had enough of it.
Sure.
I was just tired of it.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. So from where we're at right now, I think probably, can you help us understand what was going on Monday, February the 13th? You kind of tell us what you were doing that day, and remember the day the girls
Okay.
went on the trail.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry for the publicity.
I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, earlier in the day. I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working, so I went over there and spent the day, not the day, I spent the morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff, and I wasn't about that, so I went home. And I remember it was a fairly warm day, or warmer than normal, so I think I just put a jacket on and went back out to the trails. usually when we go, we walk down the High Bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. I mean, it wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there, because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon, I thought, is when I was out there. Walked down to High Bridge. Always went out just a little ways, not all the way. Went out a little ways and watched the fish. See if I seen any fish down there, because I like fishing. And walked back and sat on the, when you turn around and go down the other fork, there's a bench that overlooks, and sat there for a few minutes and walked down the, walked back out and left.
Okay. Anything else you remember? Where was your parking apartment?
Said there was, the big parking lot wasn't there at the time, right?
Oh, you mean which one?
Like where the bridge is at, I don't think it was there. So there's if you went over behind, there's a back road that went up, and there was a bridge, not the main bridge. There was a smaller bridge where you could park there, or you could park over on the other side. And I remember I didn't park over there where it's a farmer's entrance or something. I remember I didn't park there because I had told him something about, there were a couple vehicles there when I left, so I parked somewhere, either parked over on the bridge side, or there used to be a little building there. I could have parked there. There was a trail. Until they got the whole thing done.
Okay. When you're talking about the bridge, just so I'm clear, you're talking about that big blue bridge, the Freedom Bridge, or whatever that goes over the highway.
Well, that's the big blue bridge, but before that was there was if you're going out of town, you would take the road that I think is where the park is. It veers off, it winds off this way. And there's a road, the first road you come, well, I don't know if it's the first road, but there's a road that takes off to the right, and there's houses, and then it just kind of turns into a lane. And there's a small bridge up there before, I mean, I think it's still there if you were.
Like the one, okay, so you're talking about the one-lane bridge kind of that goes over the green?
It wasn't used. It wasn't a bridge that was used, I guess is what I'm saying. It was just, there was a parking area up there that you could park in.
Okay.
And that's where people that's where quite a few people would park before I mean, now there's a nice parking space, but before it was either you parked there or you parked over in the farmer's thing. And I mean, at one point they had it marked that they didn't want you parking there. So and I know it wasn't over there because I told them something about some cars that were there. So I would have been parked up on the bridge side of things, I guess is what I'm saying.
I guess I'm all happy. So this is kind of an overview of the area. So obviously this is the Blue Bridge here over the Houston Heartland Highway.
Okay.
Yeah, and so yeah, can you mark on where you think you parked at? Good.
Show me the Blue Bridge again.
Blue Bridge, here's the Houston Heartland Highway. Here's Main Street. The road that comes out from downtown goes out onto the Heartland. And here's the Andersons. I think that's going to be their fertilizer plant. And down there's
So that's the Blue Bridge. I mean, it's right there. It would have been over in here somewhere probably.
Well, that's one of the parking areas. Okay, and then
Or it would have been, there was a old building somewhere over.
This map was taken back when the building was still there. And this is the building that was on the bridge, the trail side of the bridge.
Okay.
So down at
You went this way. I think you went down this way and like there was an underpass or something.
Yep, that's right. And then there's a building right there, if you can see it.
Okay. So it would either have been there or there.
Okay. All right, very good. Which way do you think you would have traveled to get to this building that particular day? Do you remember?
that way it loops around. I don't know the names of the roads or anything. I mean, I can show you where I drove, but it just, on the way, the road that goes out, basically the same way that you get to this one, except, no, it's further up. And you go down and it like comes down and goes around somewhere and comes over on the other side.
Okay, very good. Okay.
For now, I don't see anything strange, but if you have followed the case and you heard inconsistency in his narrative, you can tell me in the chat. But for now, I don't see anything strange. This is in 2022, and the crime occurred 5 years earlier, 5 years before. So to remember everything 5 years after the fact, it's not something really easy, except if it's something who is really stuck in your mind. But for now, I don't see anything strange, any strange behavior from Richard Allen. I don't know about you, but for now, I don't see anything strange. But tell me, if you see anything strange, tell me.
Okay. Was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? Did you go out here very often? I should ask.
Not like I would say often. I mean, we go out, we may go once a month, we may go twice in 1 week. I mean, it was just kind of one of those where when we felt like walking the trail, we go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could say we visited it regularly.
Mm-hmm.
During the summer months, we didn't really go out there much in the winter. We may have gone out a time or two. But.
Right. Okay.
Hello, Ranger 99999. Logan killed the girl. I don't know who is Ron Logan. Could you tell me who is Ron Logan? Because, like I've said in the beginning of the show, I'm new on this case. I only know the basics. It's the first time I'm watching this video because I want to have a fresh eye on the case. So I start by the beginning, and the beginning with the guy who was arrested in this case, Richard Allen. This is this first video, this first police interview. So me, I don't know so much about the case. He owned the property where they were found, the girl, where the girl was found. I didn't know. Well, in the same time, it's not because you are an owner of a property and that you are the killer of somebody who has been killed there. Like in the Stephen Avery case, they allegedly found Teresa Halbach's bones in the gravel pit, in the pit. But in my opinion, it was a setup for him. Oh, so Darkseid, you believe that Alan is guilty, and you are right. All opinion matters is on this channel. Yeah, absolutely, you are right, and you have the right to believe that he is 100% guilty. I have nothing to say about that. Maybe he is, maybe he is not. I don't know. Like I told you, I'm new on this case. And the guy, Ron Logan, died of COVID, so he's not longer. Okay, he's not longer with us. Okay, so it will be difficult to accuse a dead man or have a confession of a dead guy. So Fire Pixie tell me there is so much to this case. It's gonna be talked about because a lot of us know a lot about it already. You can stop moving train. Yeah, I believe you. I'm sure that a lot of you know more than I. But me, I want to start this investigation by myself with you, with your help and with your love. And if it's possible at the end of this case to prove that Richard Allen is guilty at 100%, it's okay. If he's if there is some reason, if there is some doubt, I will continue to investigate. But for now, I don't know. This is the first time I'm watching this video, and this is the first time I'm doing that. So it's the first episode of the series. So I don't know, really. But if you catch him in a lie or anything like that, tell me in the chat.
So was it ever something, was there ever a time that you guys took another path to get out there besides going around this way, or do you remember anything like that?
I think there's a way if you go past where you park the farmer's entrance that I was telling you
I
about.
think it's down here. There's an entrance across from a residence that's a farmhouse. Does that make any sense?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I know that there's a way that winds around and you can eventually get back to 200 or whatever road it is. We're off of 200 North, I think it is. It comes out somewhere down there, but we only did that. I think we found that by accident one time. We thought we'd go that way and try to get back, and it was, we eventually came out that way somewhere.
Roger, he said that they said Richard Allen guns had the same ejection mark on the bullet that come out of his gun. Which bullet? The girl was killed by gun? Tell me, because I don't know. I don't remember they was killed by a gun. And they find they find bullets. There was a bullet found at the scene that has the same characteristic of his gun. Okay. Okay. Nope. Box cutter. You mean that the bullet was not fired? They were killed with a box cutter. He scared them with the gun. Okay. So, on my understanding, they find a bullet who was not fired near the body of the girls, right? That's strange. Not fire, just track it. Oh, okay, just track it. Okay. But that's all they have. One unspent round found on the ground that they say was ejected from his gun. That's all. That's all they have against him. This bullet. They don't have fine DNA or fiber or a witness, who have seen him with the girl, or no DNA, no anything, just the bullet, just the bullet who was just struck. Wow, wow. Like I told you, I didn't know because I don't know the case. So wow, he's been, and the guy has been sentenced to 130 years of prison, and they have only one bullet to prove that he's the killer. They have witnessed that saw the bridge guy. Yeah, Alan saw those witness. Alan is bridge guy. He confessed 61 times. Okay, okay. After about 16 months of extremist ex- extremist treatment in a prison rather than a jail, he started confessing, but he confessed to all kind of stuff he didn't do also. 16 months in prison? He was not in jail? He was in prison before has been convicted? Yeah, absolutely. We can agree and or disagree respectfully, absolutely. Then they took Richard Allen's off. He's mad. Oh, he was on medication and treat him like trash. In the prison, you mean? That's why he confessed. He lost his mind. I see a picture of him. Yeah, absolutely. We can we can we can agree to disagree respectfully. Uh, okay, so I'm come back here. So they took Richard Allen off his med and treated him like trash. That's why he confessed. He lost his mind. I see a picture of him where he was really, really bad. But it doesn't mean that he's innocent. And I don't know what happened in the prison, but for me it seems strange that he was in a prison and not in jail. He went so nuts. He went so nuts. He was eating his own feces. Wow. See him healthy on his mad. No confession. Okay, so I start to have a better understanding. So tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. So on my understanding, when he's been arrested, he's been put in prison, not in jail, and the people who were there in prison, the guard, uh, had treat Richard like a trash, and he lose his mind. He had no this medication, nothing. And this is when he confessed that he had killed Abby and Libby. Is it right? Because this is what I understand. I don't know, Omar. I don't know. I don't know the case. maybe because he didn't know do it, and he falsely trust the justice system. Yeah, and there is a lot of people who trust the justice system because we need, we want to believe in the justice system. I want to believe in the justice system, but we know that sometimes and even often the justice system is wrong. It's all BS, scapegoat, cop didn't do their job, and the poor guy is taking the blame. Yes, maybe. It's first for me, it's strange that they've spent 5 years before find him, because on my understanding, when the girl was has been recovered, um, he phoned the police, or he was at the police saying, yeah, I was on this bridge, I have meet 3 girls and blah blah blah, and but I was there. So he placed him on the crime scene directly after the body was found. This is something he didn't need to do, because I don't imagine that the 3 girls that he met know him. This time they got it wrong. Uh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, absolutely, maybe. It happened with Stephen Avery and Brandon Dassey, in my opinion. So it could happen with Richard Allen. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Lakeside. Thank you. Thank you very much. So yeah, well, we are going to continue. And if you see something strange or something is not true, put him in the chat and we will discuss that.
Okay. But no, I wouldn't. If we were going to go there, we would go down through town and.
Okay, good enough. All right. So let's talk more about what you remember doing that day, remember seeing that day.
Okay.
You gave an account to
Sure.
The officer who talked to you. And you remember how that was prompted, how that happened, that you happened to talk to the officer?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple days, but shortly after, they were asking for anybody that was there to come in. So I went down. I got home from work, and my wife said, you know, they want to talk, because I had obviously told her that I was there. And she said they want to talk to anybody that was down there, may have any information on how much, but I obviously will go down. So we went down to the sheriff's station, and I don't remember who it was, came out and talked to me and said that he would get my name and information. And then I was driving downtown for something, and I know that, I remember he called me when I was in the car, because I pulled over and talked to him. It was a DNR officer.
Okay.
And he asked me if I could come down and talk there, or if I want to meet somewhere. And I don't remember how or why. I think they were really busy, obviously, crowded probably. So I was heading down to, it was the stable lot, parking lot down there, and I told him I would just meet him there if that was okay. So he came down, we talked. He looked at my phone, took my phone information, and I think he got some, we took the battery out and everything, and got information off of us. So that's pretty much it. And I mean, I gave him the account. Forgive me, I mean, it's been years, and I thought about it a lot. As time goes on, it's like I said, I think I was there probably around noon. It could have been a little before noon or a little after noon. Walked down, back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly what time it was that I got there that day. I just remember
So yeah, he confirmed that he go to the sheriff and say that he was there, and he don't really remember the time where he was on the bridge because it was 5 years ago. So I can understand, and you can remember those details exactly after 5 years. If it was me, yeah, maybe I was maybe on the bridge. When I don't know. So he has a good memory because if I was on his place, I will never remember something who happened to me 5 years ago. So for now, I don't see anything strange. He looks like clear and no stress, no strange behavior. He doesn't lie. For now, with what I see, he doesn't. I don't think he's lying about anything. It's like he's rehearsed his interview with himself over the years. Yes, maybe, Omar. Maybe, maybe. But in the same times, why, if 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 you are the killer of those two poor girls, why to go to the sheriff to say that you were there? Because except the three girl who were there uh, that meet Richard on the trail, I don't think they can recognize. I'm not sure, but I don't think they can recognize him because the bridge guy, the yeah, the bridge guy was not easily. It was not easy to recognize the bridge guy, like he was. Oh, he was wearing all this stuff, this jacket, this cap, this stuff over his cap. Yeah, a real killer will make applies. That's true, and try to find um, and try to say another story that the real story. Remember what time he say he was there until? That's very important. He said that he was there on. I'm going to make a
It could have been a little before noon or a little afternoon. Walked down back an hour, so probably 1:30, 1:45, depending on exactly.
1:30, 1:35. Hello, David. He admit to being there. 3 people saw him on the trail. Yeah, this is on my own understanding. His account of the van was verified. He casually confessed to his wife. Uh, about the van, I don't know. I don't know what you are talking about, David, because I'm like I say new on the case, so I don't know what you are talking about. But welcome aboard. And like I think it was Ranger 999 who told me that when he confessed to his wife, he was in poor poor shape. He was really not well. It was not well. He don't have his medicine. He was treated like a trash by the prison guard. I don't know if it's true, but that's what people say. No, I didn't. I didn't follow the case. It's starting. Yeah, yeah. I'm a newbie. Yeah, for once, I'm a newbie. It's way more likely to be Richard than anyone else. I've been following the case since 2019. So yeah, you must know very much more than I. But me, I'm just starting to on this investigation to see if Richard Allen is guilty or not, because I think that's really important for the victim to find the real killer. Maybe he's the real killer. I don't know yet. I'm a newbie. But if he's the killer, justice has been served. If not the killer, there is a problem. I'm trying not to upload him on the information. Yeah, yeah, I'm just on the interrogation, so and oh yeah, from 2017, the day it happened. Ah yeah, so you follow that from the beginning. Okay, okay. But if you want for a next video, if you want to join me to talk about the case, I will really appreciate it, because I don't know so much. I'm just starting to learn about this case, and I it's previewed that I'm going to do a deep dive in this case for the victim, because I don't care about Richard Allen. I care about Abby Williams, Abigail Williams, and Liberty German. And if Richard Allen was the killer, the justice system works. If it's not the case, there is a problem. We are going to continue a little bit in this interview, but if you catch him in a lie, tell me. But I remember what you say about the hour. So he was there on 1:30, 1:35. Okay.
What time it was that I got there that day. I just remember walking down the trail, and I had told him that when I was approaching the trailhead, I guess is what I call it, there was 3 girls walking off the trail, and I just remember it looking like one of them was probably watching, babysitting, but watching the other 2 because they looked a little younger, and they looked very similar. I don't know if they were sisters or whatever, but the other one didn't necessarily. But I remember seeing them walking off the trailhead, and I didn't really see anybody. I walked down, like I said, I looked at the water, I walked back, and I sat, I mean, somebody could walk behind me, I guess, but I sat on that bench that overlooks the creek bed and all that. And I remember telling him when I left, I remember there being, I think there was 2 vehicles down there on that farmer's entrance that I told you about. And that's why I know I didn't park there, because obviously I wouldn't recall seeing cars there if I parked there.
The farmer's interest, are we still talking about this area here, or is there some other location here?
There's a pull-in, like right next to the trail is all I can tell you. There's a pull-in right next to the trail, and a trail actually leads up to the trail.
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but I think this is what's called the old Mears.
Probably. There was a farmhouse across from it, is all I knew.
Right.
And it was like I mean, I guess it looked like where you take farm equipment in and out or something, but I know at one point they flagged it that it said no parking, so we didn't park there for a period of time, but
Did you ever park there before?
That's true, David. That's true.
I mean, we used to when it wasn't marked.
Mhm.
We did a cleanup down there one time with, I brought a bunch of Walmart people, kind of a community engagement thing. We did a cleanup down there. It's the year that they tore down. We tore down that, if you go down, not the High Bridge way, but that one where I sit on the bench.
Yeah.
That I was talking about. If you go down the hill, there used to be a little shed, a little shack down there, and they tore that. And we were there that day that we tore that down.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you guys did that with Walmart. Was that a local Walmart you worked at?
Lafayette.
Lafayette, okay. The one in Commerce or the one on
Commerce.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so the bodies were covered with sticks and leaves. Sticks? Sticks of wood? Probably took he would be able to bury them. They start looking for them as soon as possible. I think I've heard something with a kind of what it was, a Viking ritual, or no, not a Viking. Something with a god, a ritual, strange ritual with Odinism or something like this. I don't know. I remember that I've heard that the sticks on the girls. Yeah, maybe I don't know him. Yeah, so it was a kind of ritual. Those sticks of wood, I imagine, it was stick of wood, but I don't understand its thought processing if it's the killer. But yeah, it's just the beginning, so I don't understand a lot of things for now.
So, you guys came up and did that. Do you know when that was?
Oh, Lord, no. Well,
Was it before or after this?
2006. Oh, it would have been, I wasn't even with.
Menteur! Que des mensonges!
It was what, 17?
Yep. When the girls were out there.
13. I wasn't even with Walmart at the time. I would have already been with CPS. Yeah.
Okay. So sometime in the,
Yeah, it would have been way before. I mean, I went to CBS in, I say 13, so it would have had to been before 13.
okay. So you're out there then working on the trails.
I'm going to say a lot earlier than that because I worked in Chicago, south of Chicago, for a couple of my last years with Walmart when I was actually running that store. So probably around 9, 10 maybe.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we have different stuff here. I don't know who we are talking with, but the sea were Ron Logan covering them so they could be seen from the helicopter, so he could go back and bury the bodies. Maybe? Yeah? I believe the sticks were quite small. That's something I don't know. I remember I've heard about stick place places on those girls, but I don't know. I don't know more than that. I remember that somebody was talking about an Odinism ritual with the sticks, but I don't know either. I I don't know, and I think that Richard Allen must be Catholic. He don't go to the church, me neither, but I'm Catholic from my birth. I'm not a believer, but yeah. So Odinism, I don't know. I know it's something who exists. I know that there is people who claim to be Odinist, and the sequel claim to be ritualistic, no large like a canopy to cover the body from sight. Okay. Okay. And for now, do we have see something strange about what he say? What he's saying to the police officer? You heard of him making up a fake account of him out with his cousin at the time of the murder when he was home, verified by cell phone data. No, I never heard about that. I'm a newbie. So a fake account on social media. I I, I don't know. And why making a false account after a murder? Before a murder, I can understand, because you create a false account to target your to target somebody, and with a false identity. But after the crime, making up a fake account, I don't see the purpose of that. But maybe you will explain to me what was the idea. But for me, it doesn't make sense that ah we have here Ranger. We say fake story. I know about the Ron alibi. It's likely done this because of the what is it? DUI. The and he wasn't meant to be driving. DUI. Made up story that were not true. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, like I told you guys, we are not here to judge. We are here to try to analyze um, everything. And today is the first step. We are looking the first interview, and we will see. And in the future, I'm going to continue with other video to deep dive in this case and know more about that. But I'm really interested in this case because there is something strange. I don't know. I don't really know the case, but there is something strange. There is really something strange. I don't know what. I don't know what. But here, there is something will tell me there is something strange here. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm just a human. He was seen at the garbage dump and verified it was him. He wasn't worried about that. He was at 11:30 a.m. Yeah, yeah. Why to be worried about that? No, for now, I don't see any red flag. I don't see any driving under the influence. Well, at the beginning of the interview, uh, the cops are asking him if he has some record, and he say no. He said that he never been arrested for anything, any problem with the law enforcement. So I don't know. Ron Logan was likely to be blocked up if he was caught driving, hence the fake alibi. He told the police it was him at 11:30. He didn't lie, only lied about being home at the time of the murder. It, it's maybe not a lie. I don't defend anybody. It's maybe not a lie. It's maybe a mistake. It's 5 years after the fact. 5 years. It's For me. It's huge. Remember something who happened 5 years ago and tell, yeah, at 11 I was there. At 11:30 I was there. 5 minutes after that I was doing that, and 10 minutes after that I were eating a spaghetti, and after I was to the bathroom. For me, no, you cannot do that, or you have the best memory of everybody on the planet. Mangiarelli spent 2 years in jail before he died for telling the truth about driving. But you are talking about Ron Logan, right? Yeah. I think you are talking about Ron Logan. We are going to continue to watch the interview, okay? As opposed to Richard Allen, who puts himself on the trail at the bridge during the period of the murder. Yeah, that's what I was saying. He put himself on, let's say, the crime scene by himself. He go to the sheriff several days after the body of the two girls were recovered. So if he is the killer, why to go to the sheriff telling, yeah, by the way, I was there, I've met 3 girls. I mean, if nobody had seen him interact with Abby and Libby, why to go to the sheriff to explain that he was there? I don't know. I really don't know. Because this is not an alibi. This is not an alibi at all. This is putting yourself on a crime scene and take a lot of risk with playing with the cops, because the cops are sometimes smarter than you, and they have some technique to get you. So I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. We are going to continue, but go ahead to continue in the chat. It's great to have you all in the chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. It's it's good to see that new people are here on the channel. I really appreciate that. So it's not. I don't do that usually. I'm talking about the Zodiac. I'm talking about the Zodiac killer. I'm talking about JFK. I'm talking about making a murderer. Um, I would like to talk with Dark Side of the Moon, but she changed her mind. A real killer will not go to the cops and tell them they were on the trail. That's what I say. That's what I say. I don't see the purpose to I don't understand why to go to the cops and go and put yourself on a crime scene if you are the killer. I don't know. Give you a follow. But I'm completely agree with you, Ranger. That it would be completely stupid to do that if you are the killer. But maybe he is the killer. I don't say that he's not the killer. I don't know. I just want to make an analysis of what we can see, and a killer live with dishonesty. They don't need to be honest. Well, it depends. It depends what kinds of killer you are talking about. There is some killer who are really honest. Hello, Slutty Gossy. Hello, welcome aboard. I think you are new on the channel. Thank you to joining us tonight. Tonight for me, because I live in Belgium. So thank you to be here. If you have any question, go ahead. But you need to know that I'm, like Darkside say, a newbie on the case. This is the first video I'm doing on the Delphi case. I don't know so much. I know the basics, and I'm not here to judge, but I'm here to try to analyze what it's possible to analyze. So I start with this first police interview. Uh, After, I'm going to do another video with the second police interview. I'm going to do a video with when he's on the phone with his wife and he say that he did it. I'm going to try to find everything I can to make video about this case and see if he's really the killer of Abby and Libby, and if is the justice system is right and he is good, but if he's not the killer, the justice system is wrong. He had 5.5 years to figure out what he would say to the police, or leave, or prepare to ask for a lawyer. So that's interesting. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But he had let's say 5 years to figure out what he would say to the police. If he was thinking that he will be in the future interrogated by the police, because if the guy had done anything wrong, why to try to figure out what to say to the police? But you are right. If he is guilty, that's true. Okay. So we Yeah, absolutely, and you have the right to believe he's innocent, and other people have the right to believe that he's completely guilty. Me, I have no guess, nothing. I don't judge. I just want to analyze what I see with you. Yeah, that side believe he's guilty, and you have the right to believe that everybody has the right to believe what he wants. Just for the sake of everyone understanding where I'm coming from. Yeah? But you are welcome. If you want to join me in a future video, you can contact me here. This is the Zodiac at gmail.com. This is my email address. So if you want to be part of the show, to talking about this special case or another case, you are really welcome. You can contact me to thisisthezodiac at gmail.com. And now we go back to the video.
Somewhere around there. So you were working out there in trails. Have you been familiar with the trails before then? Was there a time that you had been out trails for a while?
We had walked, after we moved to Delphi, I mean, we started experimenting. I mean, there were trails that we didn't know were there, but, you know, you'd hear about one and you'd go, and I'm sure by that point, well, obviously I know by that point I knew about them because that's how I don't know how I got associated with the Dan something or other that runs the Erie, I think it was Dan, run like the Erie Canal thing, and McCain,
Yeah, okay.
I don't remember how I became acquainted with him, but I asked him because at Walmart, you know, as a leader, they always want you to be involved in the community. And I mean, it's a good thing, but you can also give money to so because we brought so many people out for that event for a day, we had so many hours and we were able to donate money because of that from Walmart to the Erie Canal Foundation or whatever. So we worked, I guess the question is, yeah, I had been on the trails before that day. And we also worked out at the Carrollton Bridge that day. There's a tow path or something. We made up some stuff along there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense. All right, well, that's good.
So, yeah, I sat there for a few minutes and left. And like I said, there were a couple vehicles. I may have told him the exact makes. I'm not sure. I just remember one was like a sedan, and I think maybe one was an SUV. I'm not sure. Have to look back at what I said that when I interviewed with him.
And that was at you call it farmer's entrance. Those cars were at the farmer's entrance.
Yes, sir.
What about where you parked? Were there vehicles?
I know there were no vehicles where I parked because I don't remember telling him. I mean, if he asked, I didn't see anything there.
Okay.
A lot of people would park at that farmer's entrance because I'm thinking that was probably when they didn't really want you parking there, and that's probably why I didn't park there. But it's much closer to the trails, so a lot of people like to park there. You walk in and you're actually like halfway through the trail, so you can walk one way and the other and leave. But I know at one point, like I said, they didn't want you parking there, so we didn't.
So back then, you told. He said his report said old Farm Bureau building. So that be.
I never really knew what that building was. I just remember telling him there was a building there. And if that's where I told him I parked, that's probably where I parked. Because like I said, we would either park. Obviously, the farmer's entrance was always the most convenient, but there was a bridge, small bridge before the Blue Bridge. I probably, I don't know if I got this right. This was Anderson's.
Yes.
So there was a little tiny, it used to be like a one-way bridge. It wasn't even a road anymore. Like, you could either go towards the Blue Bridge or you drive under it too. Yeah, I think you ride.
Now I call it.
It wasn't, that parking lot wasn't there on the other side, so you didn't, but yeah, you would, you went, like I said, you take this road that forks off coming out of Delphi somewhere, and then you take a right, and it's just a little road, and there's the people that live along it, but then at the end of the road, it goes up to this, like I said, there's like a parking area where people used to park.
I think I know where you're talking about. I think you can't see it.
Okay, we have something here in the chat from Slutty. There are There are a lot of things in these two interrogations that his defense team could have or and should have looked into and stressed and his trial, but didn't. Many balls drop all over the place. That is something that I don't know because I don't have followed the case. So, but thank you very much, Lottie, to tell me that I didn't know. A dark side of the moon. I disagree, but nothing but love. Small bridge before Blue Beach. He's talking about Wilson Bridge, I believe. Maybe I'm not familiar with the area. When he was talking about Mexico and Peru, I was, wow, he was in Mexico and Peru, but it's in Indiana. There is a town named Mexico and Peru in Indiana. Something I didn't know. All of my comments are to res- respectfully disagree. Just want to make that clear. Go watch some of the body language and statement analysis video of the interrogation. Well, no. That's something I don't like to. This is something I don't like because sometimes I've seen some, let's call them experts of body language talking about a suspect, and sometimes it's really BS, and I don't really believe in body language. um I prefer the facts. I stuck to the fact, not an analysis by a guy or a woman who claim to be a specialist in body language. That's okay. I agree with you, Slutty. I knew both methods are said to have faults, but I think when you contract both methods, well, like I told you, I don't believe in expert in body language. But it's me. You can believe in expert in body language and being right, but I don't believe in it.
You know, hear what you're describing.
Probably.
The road that leads up to this parking area that you're talking. It's out of the side of that. Side of
Sure, it's probably,
yeah. Okay. So, how far out of the bridge did you go that day when you were out there? Do you remember?
how far what?
How far out onto the high bridge?
I have no idea how many feet it is. The way I always know is there's one of those platform things that stick off the side,
Mhm.
and I usually, years past, like 9, 10, let's see, 6, 7, between 6 and 10 probably. I've actually been across the high bridge back when it was in a little bit better shape, but somewhere in there, 8, 9, 10, somewhere it started getting pretty rugged and stopped going across it. But for the most part, I didn't go past that one whatever the thing is that sticks out. I'd go out there and kind of look. Like I said, fisherman, I'd look and see if I see any fish or anything, and then I went back the other way.
I think those were back in the day. If the train was coming and you were out there, then
Yeah,
you could possibly get out of the train's way.
Exactly.
I think I would still want to be on it when the train came.
Exactly, yeah. Yep. So yeah, that day I don't remember what year it was, but it was well before 16, 17. I don't know, just decay.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. So if you were parked there, and correct me if I say anything.
The bridge.
Over here, in that building, I'm sorry. So if you're parked there, how did you get on the trail? Where did you walk?
At one point, you either walked down the road, but then at one point they had a trail there. Not a trail, I wouldn't even call it a trail. They had a gravel path that led to the new thing that they were doing. I call it the trailhead. When they started doing all that, there was a trail that would, I think it ran along the road, if I remember right, and then it just cut over to where the trailhead was at. You couldn't really park. I just remember where that path was at. You'd think you could park there, but it's no parking. So you had to walk. You either parked over here and just, it was actually closer if you went over here and you could just walk to the bridge that way. And if you went this way, it was a little bit further because you walked along the road to.
So you would normally walk along the road, or was there a path in there?
At one point, I think you walked along the road. Honestly, I don't even remember. Where's the trails here? That's why I said at some point, it was probably after they put that little pathway in that we even parked there. I don't think we ever even used that until they put that path there, and it was just because it was the only way to get to trailhead from that side. And like I said, at one point, they didn't want you parking down here at this farmer thing, so they had put in a gravel path in, and you would park there. So you either parked over there or you parked there and walked down the gravel path. And the path cut over to like where the trailhead thing is.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I'm saying is I don't know that we ever parked at that little building, whatever it was, until they laid that gravel path to it. I think we thought that was a new, I guess, designated parking area, and that's when we parked there once in a while. We'd still park over here once in a while. It just depended on which. And like I said, there was times when we parked there on and off whenever they didn't have it posted. They didn't want you parking there. And we probably did a time or two when they did have it posted, but we didn't make a habit of it.
Yes, David. Ted Bundy gave a lot of details in his story also, but it was Ted Bundy. And Ted Bundy was a real monster. I know the case. I know Jeffrey Dahmer. I know Ed Gein. I know a lot of serial killer. Ted Kaczynski, the Zodiac Killer. A lot. I know a lot about those cases. Ted Bundy is one of them. Ted Bundy was a real monster. And to do that to those two little girls, you need to be a monster. For now, I don't see a monster before me. I don't see a monster. I see a human being telling the truth. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't say that I'm right. I'm not saying that I'm right, and maybe you're right. Maybe it's maybe even worse than Ted Bundy. Maybe, but maybe not. So I don't came like this with conclusion that yeah, I gave a lot of details. So yeah, Ted Bundy was given a lot of details too. So okay, he's the killer. No, I don't work like that. I work with facts and yeah, for sure. It's not no, for sure. It's not about to be right or wrong. It's just different perspective and different opinion. Absolutely. I always felt a little sorry for Ed Gein. Why is that? He was Ed Gein was No, but you can have empathy for somebody, even if he's a killer. It's human because we are talking about human. But maybe she's joking. I don't know. So mistreated, so isolate, and that religion stuff. Yeah, that's true. About that gain, that's true that he was mistreated and isolate. Yeah, in the same way he killed his brother and his mother. So yeah, he was really isolated. Yeah, and well, maybe not, because that's true that Ed Gein was mistreated and isolated from everything and everyone, and that's true with this religion stuff. Then I don't understand. Um, it's it's sad. It's really sad. I don't consider again like Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was really aware about what he was doing. You see what I mean? Again, I don't think he had the same IQ that Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was highly intelligent, and again was not. Ah, it's a question for you, Fire Pixie. So you can answer to the question. Yeah, I nobody condone is murder. I just feel like I understand where they come from. A deep sense of loneliness. Yeah, yes. Sometimes I feel the same um, about some killers. It's it's why it's sad, because this is the society who create this those people. This is the society, and sometimes the society is more harder with some people than other people. It's life, but yeah, I can understand that you have some empathy for Ed Gein. Yeah, Ed Gein was simple. Yeah, yeah. I don't say he was an idiot. He was not an idiot, or no, he was simple compared to Ted Bundy, who was highly intelligent, and that was Jeffrey's. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The same. He was also highly intelligent, but he Jeffrey Dahmer and never, let's say, he was not worried about his crime because he was not considering his crime like crime. For him, it was something completely normal. So because he was a complete psychopath, he was just. Um, I don't say he was not feeling anything, but he was mimicking people. When people was when the people was happy, he was trying to look happy. Um, yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, 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 that's true. He was lonely because he was left by his father, his mother. He was alone. He was lonely, and he started drinking really young. And yeah, when you see the story like this, that's true that lonely people could make a lot of damage around them and do terrible thing to people. That's true. People in the town like him, he babysat for people. They had him over for dinner. He never touched a kid. He never stole anything. You mean Richard Allen or Jeffrey Dahmer? That's Jeffrey Owens' fault. He was lonely. Had never had the chance. Well, that's true that Ed never had a chance. That's true. Yeah, you were talking about Ed. Okay, that's true. But I I disagree, Fire Pixie, because it was not on the fault of Jeffrey to be lonely. His father left the house with his mistress, and he was believing that the mother of Jeffrey was still there in the house, but the mother of Jeffrey had take his brother, and they left the house and left Jeffrey alone in the house. And this is long after that the father of Jeffrey had learned that he was alone. And after he had lived with his grandma, and but we can do a show a day about different serial killer like Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy. There is no problem with that. There is a genetic and behavioral element to psychopathy. Uh, environ, environmental element, yes. Genetic, it was never proved. In in my knowledge that I know, it was never proved that a killer is a killer because it came from his father or grandfather. No, I never heard that. It was never proved that the genetic of somebody lead him to kill people or eat people or dismember people or rape people. Uh, got to go. I have a work early in the morning. Thank you very much, Jacksai, to be in here with us tonight. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Take care of you and have a good night. And we see you soon. Are you sorry for Hannibal Lecter? Um, well, it's a nice persona, Hannibal Lecter, playing by the great Mr. Anthony Hopkins. He was a good-looking young man he could have figured out. Yeah, this is true that there is a possible genetic disposition triggered by environmental element. That's possible, yeah. That's possible. I just say that it was never proved by the medicines, by the medicine. It was never proved that he was that, but it could be. Yeah, it could be. Okay, I trust you, David. I trust you, and me too. I love science, but me, it's about the universe, the quantum physics, the string theory, the multiverse. I agree, it's not proven, but most conditions involve both elements. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's why I say it's not proven, but it's often the case. I agree, but it's not proven. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Getting deep. Yeah, yeah, Yeah. And I am on a lot of stuff. If you want to talk with me or make a video with me about space, about time, about space-time, about traveling in time in the past, or because it's possible. In the future, it was proved that it was possible. Um, if you want to talk about the string theory, the everything in physics, I know a lot. If you want to talk about the history, the old kingdom of, let's say, the Egyptian, I'm aware of a lot of things. I know a lot of things. If you want to talk about true crime, we can talk about true crime. I'm ready, open-minded to a lot of things. A lot of things. Yeah, me too. A lot. Since I was 15, and in 1 month I have 46. 46 years old. I'm an old man now. I have to go to work. Talk soon. Thank you, David. Thank you very much to have joining us tonight, and I hope to see you soon. Have a good night. Thank you very much. You are 45. Me too. And in 1 month, 46. I don't want to. No, I don't care. I don't care. I'm young in my mind. Is the principal, is the target, the best. We are going to continue.
So what, that car that was in your garage, would that have been what you just drove out there that
Oh my
day?
God. Let me think here. It would have either been that one or our Great Ford 500. We kind of switch vehicles back and forth. It's kind of because I've oftentimes worked further away from home, and when I was working in Peru, the car's what do I say? It's a 16.
Sorry for the publicity.
So prior to that, I'd had a little red Ford Focus, and our trucks we get our truck at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So on truck day, I'd be driving over to Peru at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And one day I was driving, I was tired. I mean, there's often times you'd be tired, but this day I was just so tired, like to the point I almost and should have just pulled over. But I made it over there, and I turned off, didn't take the highway all the way up. I took the turn off that takes you into the back way to Peru, and made it all the way in town, and literally I fell asleep. And I woke up when my airbag went off. I veered off the road and hit a SUV parked on the side of the road. And literally that's when I woke up. Like I didn't even know. It took me several seconds, if not a minute, to get my bearings and even figure out what had happened. I still didn't know, because when it hit the SUV, it threw it clear up over the sidewalk into somebody's front porch. Like I literally didn't brake at all. I was asleep, so I hit it full speed. So anyway, I get out and there's not even anything there. I'm like, what did I hit? And there was a person stopped on the other side of the road. Anyway, long story short, they called the police, blah, 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 and I had to that's when I bought that black car.
Mm-hmm. The black car being the 16?
The one in the garage.
Okay.
And so I got that car because I have to drive back and forth and something to get good gas mileage. So my point is, I was driving the black car, and then when I transferred and came back to Delphi, I didn't need the gas mileage anymore, and it was a nicer car, so I gave it to my wife. And from that time until earlier this year, I drove the gray car and she drove the black car. Now, if I was going somewhere out of town, You know, a lot of times I would use the black car depending on how far we're going. The gray car was dependable, but it's just one of those where the longer, I guess, more recently, I started driving, you know, if I was going to go to Lafayette or something for an appointment or whatever, I'd take the black car just because it's more dependable. And
Yeah, she works at her.
but anyway, yeah. And then from during that time period, I drove the gray Ford 500, and she would drive the black car, had her old cat license plate and all that on it. And then when I got her a van, the gray car pretty much had it. And it was either I had that and a truck as well. I had a truck for, I don't know, 3-4 years. If I bought it used, and we didn't drive it hardly ever. And it was one of those where get rid of them while they're still worth something. So we traded them both, and I got the van that she drives now. And then I went back to driving black car. So
now, it's like, I remember you said you were going to Miami County to see Mexico. Would you have planned to drive the black car because that was a trip out of town?
I wouldn't have planned. No, during that time it was still the gray car was still. It's not like it's a junk car. We bought it brand new. It was a 2006. But I just say in the last 3-4 years, it's not the car didn't run well. It's just one of those where it's old enough that you don't want to get over somewhere. But because usually if I am driving it, it's because she's at work and I don't want to end up having to get stranded somewhere. But that was more recently, so that's why I don't know which. It was either the gray or the black one that day. It could have been the black one, could have been the gray one.
Okay.
It was 06 Ford 500.
So then you get on the trails and you say you saw 3 girls. Where was it? You saw the 3 girls?
They were up around the trail. I mean, I didn't like to interact with them. It was up around the trailhead somewhere.
So you both
like what I say they were leaving. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming they were leaving, or they came from down where those cars parked and they were going to go back that way. I don't know.
Okay. And then did you see anybody else when you were out there? Anybody that stand there?
Nobody that stood out, I guess. I mean, if I did see somebody, it didn't click with me. And of course, my memory was a lot better when I talked to him that day. I don't remember seeing, like I told him, there may have been somebody on the bridge or something when I was coming back through, but I didn't. The only ones that I really noticed seeing were the 3 girls.
Okay.
Because I was walking towards them, and I mean, they obviously stood out. And like I said, I remember it looked like an older girl with 2 younger girls.
Okay.
Just walking the trail.
Okay.
And I guess I just assumed that she was probably watching them or in charge of them or whatever. It was kind of what I felt like.
Okay. If you thought you saw somebody when you were coming back through from the bridge, where they were on the bridge?
I don't really remember seeing anybody that day, but I don't know. So if I did see somebody else, they didn't jump out to me or anything else. I don't. Like I said, it could have been people down around the cars, but I don't remember. I just remember seeing a couple cars parked over there. Like I said, Dan and SUV or something like that.
Okay. And then when you got back to your car, was there any other cars when you got back to your car?
I don't think so. Well, no, because I would have thought through that now.
Okay.
Or just been mine.
Do you know where you went afterwards when you left there?
I went home that day. I always watched the stock market and trading stocks.
That was something else that they whenever the officer recorded something about the stock market. Tell us about that.
I just had a individual trading account with Daytech originally, and I think it was TD Ameritrade. I trade stocks, try to get rich, lose money.
Did that work for you?
On and off it did actually, but no, it worked really terribly there for a while, and I don't even do it anymore. So
Okay.
it's just too much of a risk.
Something who doesn't make sense for me, but again, maybe I'm wrong. If Richard Allen is the killer of Libby and Abby, he claimed to the police that he met 3 girls. And after that, if he's the killer, he will go to kill Abby and Libby, knowing that he had met 3 girls. So he will go after to the police to claim that he was there met 3 girls. Don't really pay attention, but he met those 3 girls. Maybe seen somebody on the trail, but he's not sure. But if the killer, why to claim to see those 3 girls just before go killing Abby and Libby? For me, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Maybe it makes sense for you, but for me, it doesn't make sense because he places himself. He's placing himself on the crime scene. He doesn't look like guilty at all of anything. For me, about what I'm watching for now. So there is a lot of confiance. Don't remember the word in English. Yeah, because I'm from Belgium, so I speak French, not English. So I try to do my best in English, but sometimes I'm struggle to find the word. He's not on the defense. You see, he's not on the defense. He's telling what is remember from 5 years ago. So it's already a lot. But for me, it doesn't make sense to claim that he met those girls if he is the killer of Abby and Libby, because this is putting him himself on the crime scene, plus saying that he was there and there is people who had saw him. So if he know that people saw him, why to take the risk to go killing those 2 girls and after go to the sheriff to say, yeah, I was there? A killer don't do that. I mean, a killer doesn't do that. This is, yeah, this is something I think is strange, really strange. But maybe I'm wrong.
So did you have a phone or a watch or something you were looking at the stock market on, or?
I'm not. I think so. I had a program on my phone to watch stocks. I don't remember exactly when and how long I had it, but yeah, I had a program that I could, depending on the reception you had, of course. If you didn't have any reception, that wouldn't work. And
Was it fairly good out there that day?
and that's honestly, I think that's why I went home as quick as I did, because I wanted to get home and watch it on my computer with my stock tickers and all that stuff. Because I remember why I remember doing that. That was like a hobby, I guess, for me, was watching the stock market and looking at charts and trying to predict what something's going to do and make money. So,
Yeah, that's way out of my league.
well, it was mine too. I just didn't realize it was kind of.
And what were you wearing that day?
Plus, on my understanding, he was trying to make money on the stock market, and he was watching the stock market after the crime, which is again something really strange. He's trying to make money. He claimed that he was there. He don't say, no, I was not there. No, he claimed that he was there, that he met 3 girls. He is interested to make money with stock market. He is no record on the police of anything. For me, for now, I don't see a monster. I don't see a monster capable of killing 2 little girls and acting strangely with this ordinary Odinism stuff with the sticks. It looks like completely normal. It doesn't look like crazy at all. For me, for now, there is no red flag. I don't know for you, but for me, for now, there is no red flag. No red flag at all. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert. I'm just trying to analyze.
I mean, you said you put on a jacket. You put on a jacket and blue jeans, and I'm sure I put on a jacket because I think it was still fairly cool that day. I don't think it was super warm. I would have put on a jacket. I don't know.
Remember what kind of jacket
Probably
you had back
jeans.
then? I mean,
I've had Carhartt jackets over the years.
color is your jacket.
The one was blue, the one was black. Probably back then it would have been a black one. Had a hood built into it. So it was just a black zip up. Anyway, I don't even think it was a Carhartt. I think it was an off-brand, but it was like a Carhartt. I could have worn that. I've had sweatshirts like what you're on today. Hoodies, jackets. I mean, I've got a little bit of everything. Fleece.
Anything else you maybe headgear or anything like that? Wasn't that warm that day, but wasn't that cold either.
Always kept a hat in my coat, so it would have been like a, I don't know what you call them, skull cap, or just not a big fluffy hat, but a small hat.
For now, he described the bridge guy. He said that he was wearing the same thing, but remember what you were wearing 5 years ago. It's tough. It's really tough. But yeah, if he's wearing all the time blue jeans, that's normal that he say I was probably at the blue jeans. About the jacket, you have seen like me, he smiled and like he didn't remember because it was 5 years ago. So maybe it was one on the blue one or the black one jacket, because this is jacket it take when it goes for what he do. And he claimed to have a kind of hat like we can see on the video of the bridge guy. But which is strange again, that Richard Allen must be aware about the bridge guy. So if if he's the killer, is giving a huge opportunity to the cops to say the bridge guy looks like that, and you are telling me that you were wearing exactly the same thing? Wait a minute. If he's guilty of this two murder, why to go to the sheriff? Why to claim? Yeah, why tell all this stuff who, let's say, incriminate him? There, like I told you, there is something wrong here. There is something who doesn't fit in the.
So, So cap on your head, and anything else you've been wearing besides like what kind of shoes? I mean, not pretty strange to ask a question like that. But what was, the design might probably tell you what kind of tennis shoes I had because I usually make them last a very long time.
Well, and I've got shoes that I've had for 10, 12 years probably. It would have been older tennis shoes, or I had military boots that I used to wear, but they just don't fit. I've been out of the military forever, so I had some combat boots in my closet that I used to wear occasionally. I don't know if I was still wearing them then or not. I mean, I haven't worn them in years, but could have had a pair of work boots. I don't know. So probably older tennis shoes, but if it was wet out, sometimes I wear a boot, like a work boot, or like I said, the combat boots, because they held water out pretty well.
Okay, great.
And I may have told him that day what I was wearing. I don't remember.
Do you know what kind of phone you had back then? And you just found that phone, do you?
If I do, it's in the closet somewhere. I'm sure to recycle it by now.
Oh, really?
Because I've had this for, I had one die. Looks on me. No. Trying to go where I just went to a little bit. I don't know, it's been a few years now. Several years, not. Nice. I know that since that time, I know I've gotten this phone. I don't remember when. It's not been a super long time, but it wasn't. I've had it long enough that I don't remember when I got it.
Promotion à croquer chez Pharmalife.
Do you have that picture of that car or no? I don't think I do. Picture of the car on the here we have that. Anyway. So a couple things I wanted to ask you after I checked my phone. It's just like ringing like crazy. What we would like to do is to be able to confirm some of the information that you've given us so far, to be able to examine your phone. As you're well aware, phones go everywhere with everybody, and they tell a story about a lot of what people do. And sometimes the information on a phone can confirm, or maybe not necessarily confirm information about what somebody is saying. We have the ability to be able to extract the data from a phone and be able to look at it and be able to tell where somebody was at.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. Would that be something you would allow us to take care of, do today, and get it done?
How long are you going to have my phone?
Well, we ideally would like to have a phone that you have. When you got that phone, did you take the data from the old phone and move it to the new phone?
No idea. I mean, I know. I always try to save contacts.
Right. So if you had the phone, like, where'd you get the phone at? What service is it?
I go through Team. It's an online service, and a lot of people don't know about it. It's really inexpensive, and I've had it for years now.
What's it called?
Huh?
What was it called?
Team.
Ting, like T-I-N-G.
T-I-N-G.
Never heard it.
It's online. You
So you didn't really go to a store somewhere?
I used to,
Okay.
but I for years now we've been with Ting. You pay full price for your phone, and they have discounted ones, and so usually you'll pay a couple $100 for a phone, or you can pay $600-700, whichever. But
So they
as far as the service, I mean, I only pay around $40 a month for 2 phones, and that's pretty much everything.
Your service provider, is that Ting themselves, or is it another?
They, like, I think right now it's probably Verizon. It's one of those deals they use. Of course, all of them do that anymore. They use each other's towers.
Corporate towers, and
yeah. But I think it's like my phone. Some of it depends on what type of phone you have too. Mine is based off of. Pretty sure it's off of Verizon right now.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you had back then? 2017.
I know I didn't have this one yet. I don't even know if they were making those yet.
I mean, as far as service provider.
Well, I've had Ting for several years now.
So they
I probably would have had Ting.
Okay. They may have changed service providers on you. Ting may have used a different service provider.
I don't like, since I've had this phone, I've never had them come out and say, hey, we're changing your provider. It's just I guess kind of the home system that it works off of. Like I said, it's Verizon. I'm trying to think if it's ever been, you hear about AT&T anymore, but it could have been that at one point.
Okay.
I never had it before we lived in Delphi, though, so I know, I'm pretty sure because I always got my phone. I work at Walmart, so I get my service plans through them because I got discounts through them. So I know it's been since I left Walmart, so.
Okay.
I mean, so I went through regular periods prior, but I've been with Ting forever.
Well, so then what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, would be to have an opportunity to look at the phone and examine some of the data on it. Really would like to get to the phone that you had back then. If you think it's in the closet, turn it up.
Actually, I don't have. I mean, my wife comes home. She'll know if we have it. She'll know exactly where it's at.
Okay. All right. So if it's okay with you,
She recycled them, but she may not.
we could start with this phone. We'll be able to extract the data from that if that's okay with you. And I have a form that I read to folks before we get started on doing something like that. And it goes basically like this: you have the right to require that a search warrant be obtained before you search your property. You have the right to refuse consent to a warrantless search. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before you give your consent to search. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. I've read the statement rights. I understand what rights are. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I consent to a warrantless search by the officers of the police department following this private property, and it'll be your cell phone and another carrier, and authorize these officers to seize any item of data which they consider as evidence. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. And I would need to have the passcode. Is your phone open, or is it just a passcode, or is it a pattern, face, or what?
There's a finger thing, and then there's a code override. I guess
Go ahead. Any questions you have, I'll try to answer.
just I don't know. It's sounding more like you're like I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy. I thought we were talking.
I want to help you.
I thought you were trying to find
So
what I
everybody
might have that'd be helpful, but that's absolutely what we're doing.
everyone we talk to, we're trying to eliminate them from any suspicion of being involved in this case.
Sure.
So
I get that.
what we want to try to do is get as much information together to be able to show, okay, we've looked and didn't find anything. So you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, I get that. I just, like I said, honestly, it amazes me that we're even talking. I mean, it's been so long, and I haven't thought about this much, and it's just like I don't want to be somebody's fall guy, and we're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit so we can close this thing. I get, and I'm not saying you guys, please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. That's not what I'm saying. I just, okay. I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it, so.
I understand what you're saying. I can totally get what you're saying and how I would feel from your point of view. Okay.
Yeah.
But from our situation, what we're trying to do is be able to show what all you were doing that day. Take a look at everything. Make sure that we can show that what you're saying is true. Okay. Mm-hmm. So that we can be able to say to someone else, whoever's prosecuting this case, look, we looked at Mr. Allen, he's not our guy. And we looked at him because we looked at his phone. I was going to ask you something else too, be able to look at your car, and also with your permission, we'd like to look at your house. And so
Okay.
all these things are very, very important just to be able to.
No, I get that. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to, I mean, if you get to a point where you think that I need further investigating and you want to get a warrant, that's fine, but I'm not going to have somebody going through my house and everything.
Sure. I just want to be honest.
I just don't, I guess I'm starting to feel more like your main lead or something here, and I'm not going to do that.
Well, we just started, did you understand that because we are so far into this,
Mm-hmm.
that I'm sure you see the news, you see state police doing their thing. Well, we
For a great while, yeah.
we at Carroll County Sheriff's Department, and he's an investigator with the prosecutor's office.
Sure.
We decided to pick through the very beginning of this again.
And I guess.
We're talking to everybody that was out there that day and trying to cross the T's, dot the I's. It's nothing more than that.
And I get that part of it.
So there's no fall guy. That's not.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to question anybody's integrity. I just, like, I guess like I said, at the point that you think I might have actually done this, then if you want to get a warrant, search my house, my car, my orifices or whatever, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind you looking at my phone or whatever, but, like, yeah. I don't think you're, I guess my point is I don't think you're,
We're just asking.
Sure. Right. I'm just asking.
I understand that.
So it is what it is.
I don't know you, but for me, he looks like sincere. He is not worried about the warrant of his house, of his car, of his phone. But he's, and I will be the same. He is not okay because he's a witness first, and now the police, he understands that the police consider him maybe like a suspect. So, but for him, there is no problem to search the house or the car, or I don't see any red flag. But yeah, Omar, but in the same times, on my understanding, this is not the phone he had at the time of the crime. This is a phone he gets after. So I think he doesn't care about that. Plus, if he's not the killer, he's nothing to fear. So, on my understanding, the phone he has right now, this is not the same phone he had in 2017. Well, because they want to search his house, phone, and car, it's not just his phone, and he didn't have this one at the time of the crime. Thank you, Slutty. Thank you. Everyone should have police get a warrant. Yes, I completely agree. And thank you for confirming me that it was not the same phone, though. So, and that's right, it doesn't mean nothing. There is a reason for the Fourth Amendment exists to protect us from unreasonable search or research. Yeah, this is the Fourth Amendment of the United States of America. Yeah, you are true. You are right. You are right. But for me, and for now, I don't see any red flag. I don't see any try to deceive. I don't see anything. For now. For now. Maybe in the next video I will catch something, but for now I don't see anything incriminate him in this case. Make them find probable cause and have a judge sign a warrant. Yep. Yeah, and it must, like you were saying, the Fourth Amendment. I agree. But yeah, for now I don't see the monster who have killed Abby and Libby. Maybe he is. Maybe he is this monster. But for now, I don't see this guy as a monster. For now. For now.
And we should ask. So, yeah, I'm not gonna have police out going through my house and stuff. That's just not,
That's fine.
news leaks and somebody here, I just don't need that kind of.
Well, we're trying to keep this very discreet because we do understand what you're talking about. It came out of the Buick, which is not unlike
I understand.
car. So, we're not interested in making your life or anything like that. We're trying to get these things figured out. Sure. Get it taken care of. So,
Sure.
with that, so you said you would let us look at the phone?
Sure.
Okay, great. And you help us get to the other phone too?
I'll see if I can find it.
Okay, all right. So let me go back to that form, and we'll get this phone back to our team, which can do that. So I covered this with you. What kind of phone is it? Can you tell?
It's a Google something or other. It's a Google.
Moving on.
Pixel.
Pixel, okay. It's a black phone, okay. And what is the passcode?
2045.
45, okay. All right, great. So I read this to you, so if you have any questions, do you have any questions about your rights about being able to do this? Or we just need your signature to verify that you understood everything?
You know what? Let me talk to my wife before I do anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this because I'm cool with it, but at the same time, I don't want her to get pissed off because I don't know.
It's okay.
We watch TV shows and stuff, and I just, I don't want to be associated with this thing, obviously, more than anybody else does. And am I an angel of a person? No. I mean, I'm like anybody else, and I guess I don't want you, maybe I don't want you looking at every website I've visited, and so I think I'll talk to my wife, and if she's cool with it, then we'll do it.
I'm going to get something. I'm going to show you something just really quick. I'll be right back.
Use the corruption.
Okay. Dr. Casbah. Hi. I hope you are doing well, my friend. Tommy, welcome. Captain Jenks, welcome, my friend. Yeah, for now, I don't see any, let's say, he didn't argue about anything that the cops are what the cops have in their mind. I think he understands, and in the same times, I will react in the same way like him if I was in this position and if I was not the killer. and I don't say he's the killer. I don't know. I'm a newbie in this case. So talking to his wife, asking to talking to his wife before signing this paper to allow the cops to go to his house and looking for evidence or for anything. I understand that he want to talk to his wife before, because with all with the whole media stuff around this case, the first thing I will do if I was interrogated by the police is talking to my wife before doing anything else. Because if I'm feel accused, or let's say presumably accused of a crime, I want to talk to my wife to tell her what's going on. That like that she's not surprised, like a lot of people are surprised when the cops arrive at house and Tommy, c'est lui pour sûr. That's him for sure in English. Tommy, maybe welcome on the show. Maybe it's him. Yeah, that's what I say. I'm a newbie on this case. I don't know so much. I only know the basics, and I'm not here to make a judgment, or I'm here to analyze what I can analyze. So I start by the beginning. And the beginning is this first police interview, and this is the first Delphi murder video I made. It's the first time I'm talking about this case. I'm talking more often about the Zodiac or JFK and other case, but in this case there is something for me which is really strange. I don't know what it is, but and I know just a little. I know just a little about all this case, but from the beginning, and like I say, I just know a little. There is something really, really strange. I don't know what it is, but I will figure out. He seems pretty calm and in control in the interview, yeah. But then when he looks up at the camera, yeah, but that it means really something, I don't know. But I agree with you. He's calm and in control. He's not nervous. It doesn't look like guilty, but yeah, that's when I was talking about him talking to his wife. For a while, he started confessing, and falls apart makes no sense. Yeah, I know he had confessed by phone, I think, to his wife, but he was in a really bad shape, and I think it's who it was. It was not David. It was. Come on, Ranger 999, who told me that he was really treated like a dog when he was in prison, and I was surprised that he was in prison before being convicted, because it's not something usual to put somebody in prison when you put him in jail. Yeah, but not in prison. He admits that he say, I did it, and only once he say, I killed those girls, but I think there was two people involved, and I think he he scared he scared the cat and run. Sorry for my English, but it's sometimes it's more difficult. Yeah, maybe there is maybe two people involved. Yeah, maybe. For now, I don't know. I'm just on the beginning of the investigation. Well, interview is different than 6 months in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison. He was in a maximum security prison. Really? Before being wow, uh, which is where he was, and for the duration before he started confessing, eating feces, and running into walls. Oh my God. Yeah, it was really not well. And there, he said that he had in the past some issue with depression, anxiety, and health problem, but why putting this guy in a maximum security prison before and during his trial? I This is something I don't get. I don't understand. You can put somebody in. You will put somebody in jail, but not in a maximum security prison. And like Mr. 999 was telling me, he was treated like a dog, like a shit, and he had no access to his medicine. And yeah, but this is something we will talk later because I don't know everything. I know there is those confession, but uh, I don't have watched the video. I've put the video of this first police interview here on my website, on my YouTube channel, the second one too, and the confession, but I don't have watched those video because, like I said, I want to have a fresh eyes with you in the same time that you on this case, but you must know more than I because I'm really new. Looking up at the camera means he's hiding something. He knows somebody's watching. He doesn't want to other person to know what he wants to snatch. Well, I don't know because um, when I was younger, I was playing music in a band, a metal band, not Guts, and you know my passion for the music. And when we were filming by camera, when we were on stage, sometimes I was looking the camera because I was seeing the camera moving and I was watching directly in the camera. Doesn't mean that I was guilty of anything, but when there is nothing and just a camera in the corner, you if you turn your head and there is only the camera, so the only thing you can watch is the camera. It's my understanding. I could be wrong. Gab James is right with you, Slutty. Just totally fell apart when locked up. And this is something I didn't really know because I didn't have followed the case. So he might be confessing because he's an alcoholic drunk. Oh, this is something I didn't know either. And he's in jail, and things happen like that in jail. Yeah, in certain jail, yeah, in certain prison, yeah, in other prison, no. But I I didn't know that he was an alcoholic. I didn't know if it's true or not. It's the first time I heard that, but there is a lot of things that this is the first time I heard of. So another interesting is that he didn't get to see his wife in person until after he told her he did it. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it's a really good point. He didn't get to see his wife in prison until after he told her he did it. I get it. Over 6 months after becoming incarcerated. Over 6 months. Wow. Yes, he went to maximum security prison in solitary confinement for the entire 18 months prior to his trial, and 18 months in a maximum security prison in a solitary confinement. In my life of YouTuber talking about true crime, I've never seen that. I have never seen that. Never. 18 months prior to his trial in a maximum security prison in a solitary confinement. It's wow. It's crazy. They say for his safety. For his safety. BS. But they made him insane, involuntary, medicate him with Aldol. Ah, yeah, the drug, the Aldol. I know what it is. Keep him on suicide watch and watch him run head first into cinder block walls for hours at a time. Wow. Zero testimony that he had to withdraw from alcohol in prison or at all. I believe you on parole because this is thing I didn't know. The the United Nations call that torture. Yeah, yeah, this is torture. Wow, I didn't know that. 18 months in a maximum security prison in isolation. Wow, crazy. And why the cops? Yeah, for his own safety. Yeah, doesn't make sense. There's something wrong with that. They don't put you in prison until you are completely convicted. Yeah, that's what I was saying of the crime. They will keep you in jail up until your trial date. Exactly, that's what I was saying. They put you in jail, but not in prison. That's again something who goes in my idea that there is something wrong here. Something strange, weird, strange, weird, dark. I don't know what it is, but there is a lot to take in. A lot of outrage stem from treating other people that way prior to even being convicted of a crime. No violent history, no prior arrest. That's true. There is no violent history. He is not violent history, and he's never been arrested. So why to put him in a maximum security prison? Uh, uh, don't get it. He will not confess to anything under those circumstances. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree with those conditions. You confessed everything. You confess that you were the Zodiac. You confess that you have killed Kennedy, even you was not born at the time. But you confess everything in this kind of condition. That's exactly the point. Not just confess to anything, but say anything at all. He confessed to crime that didn't happen, like killing his wife and starting World War II. There is something really strange going here. With this Odinism religion, with all this inconstancy, and we are just at the beginning. The guy, uh, Mr. Allen, Richard Matthew Allen, for me, for now, for what I see just now, it doesn't look like a monster who is capable of killing two young girls just like this, and after go home watching the market for making more money. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, she's right. And in his confession, there were things like, I shot them in the back. And yeah, and this is not true because there was no shoot at all. Despite no gun being used in this crime, 99% of the confession he made were, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. That's it. Ah, okay, so in his confession, he was just saying, I did it. And, or, I killed Abby and Libby. And no explanation, nothing, just that. Okay, strange. I don't know if it's true, but they did a DNA test on him and he didn't match the DNA to the crime scene. That's correct. There was male DNA found at the scene and on the girl. He was excluded and the DNA remains that of an unknown male or unknown males. Yeah. So they find DNA from a guy or different guy, two guy, maybe three guy, I don't know, and it didn't match with his DNA at him. Wow. If you confess and lead them to the location of the murder weapon, that's a true confession, but not in this case. True. True, because no gun was used in this case. And he claimed that he had fired, he fired on the back, on on the back of the girls. Yes, if you say I did it 30 times. 30 times. Just say that. I did it. They counted that at 30 confession. No, it's not a confession. A confession, it's a way, way, way longer than just say I did it. The police say they found a bullet to his gun or match his type of gun, but where was there a shooting? No one heard shooting, all those witnesses, and no one heard a shot. No, on my understanding, nobody had never shot, and they find a full bullet was not fired, but just dragged from the gun near the body of the victim, which is strange. That's a confession of a man under the rest. Yes, maybe. I really don't know. I really don't know. But it looked like there were particular things about this crime he could have provided it if he did it, like the location of the underwear and socks taken from the scene and never found, or the fact that the wounds. True. On the girl's neck were oriented differently. Abby's wound was horizontal. Libby had multiple wounds that were vertical. Okay. It's horrible. They are trying to say that his bullet was on the scene, but they were stabbed to death with a knife, I assume. Yeah. Bingo. Bingo. Are you beginning to see why people have such strong opinion and you can stop them from talking about it? Yes. A sketch of the bridge guy doesn't look like Alan. It's Allen, but and is on video, but they could be two of them. That's why the sketch look younger. It could be him and Keegan. Keegan? Don't know who is. And this is just the first interview. Yes, this is just the first interview. Ah, Keegan was a pervert, just like him. They probably met up with the girl because Keegan messaged them with a fake account. There were two people. And the police have made the connection with Keegan and Richard Allen? It's my question. Also, it was unfired round at the scene. Yeah, this famous unfired round. They eject an unfired round and it didn't match, so they fired a round and say all of a sudden it did match. Didn't fire any other gun test. And the defense didn't have the right to do their own test during the trial, saying I did it under such the rest is not a confession. I agree with you. Rick Allen got scared and left the other person kill them. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Saying I did it without being able to provide any of piece of info that police held onto for 6 years that only the killer will know. Unspun rune, it's junk science getting a ballistic match. I agree. My major is psychology and criminal justice. I'm at least 80% sure there were two people involved. Okay, I agree with you, but the state insists it was him and him alone. And why the state insists so hard about that? There are actually 4 sketches. 4! Oh, and none of the people who describe the man say it was Richard Allen. So on the 4 sketches, there is no resemblance with Richard Allen, right? Crazy. Oh, I'm not arguing the state. The state's always going to win. You can win against the government. I was a former police officer. I was not a bad cop. Nobody say that at all. I was not a bad cop at all, but I know cops that will do anything to put somebody in jail, I suppose. There is zero evidence Richard Allen is a pervert. On my understanding, it's true. There is no evidence of that. There were tens of thousands of scams on Keegan device. The other guy, the pervert. They didn't find a stitch of evidence of scam in any of Richard Allen's device. Interesting to know. No prior either. If he had prior with child, he would give the state case more credibility. Creditably. They brought in 4 witnesses who saw Bridge Guy that day, and none of them described Richard Allen. Nor did they testify that Richard Allen is the person they saw that day. Well, it's, yeah, again, it's really strange. Really, really strange. Yes, there were 4 sketches. Wow. And no one looks like Richard Allen. Crazy. Think about it. They were unable to even find a single Google search that could be twisted to suggest he was into children. Okay? Mr. B, it's me. If you want to know who Keegan is some child pervert that used like a picture of a good-looking boy to get girls to talk to him online. My God. Disgusting. Disgusting. And this guy was on the radar of the police or not? Because I don't know. We are going to continue a little bit to watch the video. Doesn't even look like him on the bridge video. Okay. The police were trying to say that his boy was on the scene to get him to say no. I didn't shoot them. I stopped them. It's a political lie from police interrogation. And you know what you are talking about because you were a police officer, so I trust you. The police cannot prove Allen did it, so they want to get him to admit that there were steps. And Yeah, you. I think you will be agree with me. Sometimes the cops had nothing on somebody, but they need uh, they need to find someone, so they are capable of to do a lot of bad things to have a criminal. No, not a criminal, but somebody behind bars, even if it's not the guy they are looking for. Bridge guy looks much taller and older. Okay, okay. We continue to look like a little bit the video.
Recycled. Sure, you want another one?
No, I'm good.
One of these is fuller than the other.
Dit zijn Zoe en Floor.
Sorry.
But no, we're trying to give you a hard time.
I understand.
Again, we're just trying to get these things taken care of.
I'm sorry, I don't have a YouTube premium account, so there is publicity. But if you want to buy me a premium account, you can do it, because all this publicity give me headaches.
And I get
It's been a
that.
long time, so.
I get that. But, I guess that's not that I ever question anybody's integrity, but
That's fine.
it's just, I know that it's at a point where, I mean, you want closure. You want closure for a family. And
Um,
I'm not, again, I'm not, I don't know you from Adam.
no, it's fine.
I just, but you also can't say it's never happened where pieces have been, we find a piece that's close to fitting and make it fit, and I just don't.
I just want you to see why we came to you. This is from the beginning.
Okay.
It's basically tip 74.
Okay.
That's
I understand. I get you.
I don't want you to think that we're just randomly coming after you.
And you've been,
Oh, I don't think you're coming after me. It's not that.
you've been completely honest with us. You said a problem. What the information you can see right there. Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30.
That's straight. I mean, I don't think that.
Time, no less.
I know I wasn't out there that late. I don't know what I told him that day, but I know I wasn't out there till 3:30 or so. Yeah, it's 3:30.
That would be right around 1:30 until 3:30.
No, I'm saying when I left. 1:30 would have been more of the time I would have left.
Okay.
Not gotten there. Because the only reason I remember is because I know I left around 11 o'clock or so because they were getting ready to go do lunch.
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't going to do the lunch thing with everybody, so
And
I
you
just
told
went
us.
home and
All
I
right.
was going to watch the stock market. Thought it was a nice day, and I'd go take a walk on the trail before I did.
Yeah. So things we're asking you is nothing any different than we ask anybody else around.
Fire Pixie, you said that he's trying to move the time ahead. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he was claiming that he arrived at 1:35, right? He was suspect number one. He said 1:45 at the least. They just tried to lay 2:30 on him. Okay. Okay. I try to integrate and digest all those information, because for me it's all new. It's really all new, and that's a new thing that I like to do. It's knowing almost anything and go here with you and trying to see if the guy is guilty or not, but no making judgment, just making analysis and trying to figure out what's going on. Omar, How does he remember the exact time? Well, I think he's guessing. He cannot remember the exact time. It was 5 years ago, so in 2022, so 7 years ago. I think he was just guessing. He was just pointing things out. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I don't, for now, I don't know. I don't have any judgment on him, any thought on him. I'm just trying to analyze, and with your help, um, try to have more information about this case. And that's great that you are all here in the chat to helping me with this case. For those two little girls, she they really deserve justice. And if Alan is the right guy, that's okay. If Alan and an other guy was involved in those horrible crime, that's not okay, because there is one killer on the loose. And if Alan is not involved in those crime, again, there is one or two killer on the loose. So that's why I try to doing what I do right now, doing my job, let's say, and try to figure out what's going on from day one. And we are on day one, let's say. And it's not always easy to try to figure out what's going on, but we are doing that step by step easily.
Yeah, and that's doing all the stuff you told us, and there's nothing inconsistent here. So,
I guess I was actually watching my stock, so it must have been working. You asked about that. Vehicles parked High Bridge Trail. It wasn't, I mean, it was that farmer's pull-off is where I was seeing different people call. Sure, gotcha. And you have the information off my cell phone.
Mhm.
So,
yes, that's what I'd really like to have, that cell phone in particular.
But again, that's why we're here.
sure, and I get that.
We're trying to put, if there's any pieces you missed or anything that you can recollect.
Sure, and that's honestly, that's what I thought this was. And I mean, there's nothing else I can really think of, but as far as searching my house and my phones and like,
Well, let me say, I haven't even got to that yet. I just want to let you know, those things have been very helpful for us, okay? I'm not necessarily asking right
how
now.
have they been help?
Eliminating people.
What we do is we can say for sure, okay,
Sure.
and we didn't find anything. Okay, that's how we estimate the successfulness.
And I guess I see that. So,
Yeah.
I guess when you say progress, it's like we're still where we were. And I'm not saying you have made progress.
No.
You obviously have. I'm just saying, like, we're here because we haven't found the guy that did this. And I'm not going to turn into that guy. I'm not going to, I don't want to become the target of something because, like I said, we watch a Dateline every week. We watch everything, and it's one of those, I mean, there's nothing that's going to tie me to it, and I'm not worried about that. To have people come and start searching my house and stuff. I mean, my wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to people, so, but I mean, I can look for the phone, I'll talk to her, and, I mean, obviously, anytime that you feel that you need that information quicker, I know you can get it. It's not like you can't get it if you want it. I'm not an idiot.
What information would that be?
searching my house, searching my home, searching my...
Well, and again, the reason I said search your house and your car would be to be able to say to someone, look, we did actually take care of this information. We know for sure, okay, what was there, what we found, and that gives us the answer we need for a particular situation that we're dealing with.
Sure.
Okay, it doesn't mean that we're trying to put anybody in a box, or anything like that. Or I know you brought up several times wanting to be able to resolve the case. No, what we want to do is be able to find a person who
Absolutely.
that's
what I mean.
not trying to put anybody in that box that wasn't responsible for what happened.
I understand that.
So,
I'm not saying you just want to label somebody, but, you know, I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been a part of this investigation. I mean, I have with what I did, and now I'm obviously you question me further, and that's fine, but
sure.
It's a horrible thing, and I mean, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be. If I thought I had something that was useful, by all means, I'd give you anything I had. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you.
Sure, I understand. So that's one of the reasons why we asked for the phone, is to be able to nail down that aspect of it, especially the phone that would have been involved in that situation, which would be the phone you gave the information on to the officer.
Sure.
And also, something that would be very important to look at would be your car, because when somebody does something that's involved in something like this,
Sure,
there might be traces of biological information and data or substances that were left behind inside the vehicle. So,
sure. I
does
mean,
that make sense? So, would it be helpful for us to be able to look at your car to be able to determine if there be anything like that inside of it forensically? Okay, forensically means that we have a close examination of the car.
I know that. And then again, like everything else that we're telling you, then we can say, we look at Rick, we looked at his car, there was nothing in his car. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything.
yeah, this is how left though, guys. I mean, I'm going to talk to my wife before I do anything. I mean, this affects her as much as it affects me. And I know you guys don't talk to people. I don't hear a bunch of rumors out there, but I mean, I don't want anybody knowing that I talk to you guys.
Oh, I understand.
It's just not
And
something.
we don't do that.
Sure.
That's not something we want to do at all. So, we don't just go out and randomly talk to people about stuff like this.
Sure, I understand.
So, with the phone, you say you want to take some time, more time to think about it. A couple things that I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind, sir, if we stepped out for a little bit and came back? That'd be okay with you?
Well, I understand that he must be pissed off because he was thinking to coming to the police to help, to try to help, and they consider him as a suspect because they want to look at his house and his car and his phone. So I understand his disappointment, and I understand that he wants to talk to his wife first. I don't see any red flag for now. Tell me what you think, but maybe I'm naive. Mm, With everything I see, I don't think so, but maybe I'm naive on this special case. But for now, with this video, this one, I don't see any red flag. I don't see Richard Allen lying to those two guys. I don't see him on the defense. I don't see him angry. You agree with me? And maybe in next video, like I say, I don't say he's guilty or he's not guilty. I don't say that. Maybe in the next video I will catch something incriminating. Oh, it's difficult when you don't talk English all the time. Oh, fuck. Incriminating him. Maybe we will see that in a future video or in a report or in something else. But for now, I don't see any red flag. I don't see Richard Allen lying to the police. I think he's telling the truth when he say, well, I was thinking I was here to help, but now I see that you can. This is not exactly what he said, but he said, yes, I was here to help you, and I tried to help you for since day one, because he was on with the people when the girls went missing, looking for the girl. And now the police consider him as a suspect. So me, at his place, I will be really pissed off. And I would like to talk to my wife and even my lawyer at this point. But at this point, he didn't ask to talk to his lawyer or ask to have a lawyer, nothing. Which is again strange. I don't know what you think, but if he's guilty of this crime, he must be more on the fence with the cops. Not like this. He doesn't look like stressed, or he looks like calm. Here, I can see that he's pissed off because he understands that he's not here to help. He's here because the cops think that he's something to do with the killings. So I can understand his feelings about that. That's what we are looking for here. Richard Allen, his face tells me that he's really disappointed about the situation. It's my opinion for now. For now.
Give me just a few minutes right back.
Yeah, it's a strategy well known by the police. Leave the guy alone. After coming back here on this chair, and I'm sure that the other cops, he has already escaped here. He will put his chair here because it's a technique police to put somebody just in front of him, and here in front of the door, to make feel him um, trapped. We will see, but I'm sure the second cop will be place his chair here. It's a police stuff. I've already seen that 1,000 times, which is for them completely normal to do. But yeah, for now there is nothing. I don't know how much time they are going Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Ah. Then it's here. It was not enough evidence to be able to do a search warrant, so they were trying to get him to allow them to search. Ah,
What I
they
want to
come
do
back.
is kind of show you some of the stuff that we do have here. Why it's important. Why it's important. We get your cooperation.
I was right about the second cup. I was right.
In your car, and you think you've driven out there in your car. We have a picture of your car that shows it was going out to the trails that day. Okay, and now one of the important things for us is to help understand exactly where you were at that day, what was going on. You've already told us that you were out there. That's really important.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So with that, what I wanted to do is try to help you work through this whole thing. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We've been able to talk to your wife, talk to your daughter already. Well, this is all happening. We had time to do all of that.
Sure.
And we've heard that you had some issues, even at one point put a gun in your mouth, that you were going to do something to yourself, maybe 3 years or so.
Yeah.
And, you know, look, there's a lot here that we need to get clarified, okay? As you well know, we have pictures of an individual that was on the bridge. And to some great degree, you describe that individual as wearing, yourself as wearing blue jeans, a jacket that's of the same color as that. And you described a hat. It's hard to see the shoes, but they're kind of brown, okay? And this is a picture that was taken with the phone of one of the girls.
Okay, I understand that.
And the question needs to be, is that you?
If it was
Sorry for the publicity.
with the girl's phone, that is absolutely, I mean, it's not me, but I never have met these girls before, so even if I thought it looked like me, if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be. I've never met them. I've never seen them.
All right, so that's
And
where
as far, well, and let's just stop there. As far as my psychological well-being,
okay.
it has been, I've been dealing with that for years. It's not something new. It's not something because I went out and killed girls. Now I've got psychological problems. Have I had issues? Did I stick a gun in? I know how a gun works, and I wasn't going to shoot myself that night. It was probably a cry for help that night. You've obviously talked to my wife, so it is what it is. But I know that you haven't talked to anybody that knows me, has been around me, my family, not my family, that thinks that I may have been involved in this. I wouldn't believe it.
But this image, this person right here, he's wearing like a Carhartt jacket, just like you just told us.
Okay.
He's wearing the same clothing that you just told us. We just need to know what happened. Why?
Sure. I mean, I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now, I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing that people wear. And I said I was probably wearing a black or a blue coat. It could have been a Carhartt, a zip-up with a hoodie in it. I've had black ones. I've had a blue one, or a blue one and a black one. Like, I guess, you know, you're taking what I told you I was wearing and saying that that's me in it.
So the other kind of,
And you're serious. You literally want me to, like, that is you want me to say that that's my car?
We looked at
it matches everything. That is your car.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that picture, it's like, okay,
Yeah, no, that there's zero doubt.
Okay.
That you,
I don't even, okay, that's
we're
fine.
just showing you what we have and why we need to eliminate it. That's
Well, sure,
the point.
sure. All right, well, we're all done here.
Here's what
Unless you want to arrest me. That's fine.
Here's what I want to say to you at this point. You know, look, we have a lot of information here that we need clarification,
Sure.
and that's exactly why we're talking to you at this time.
Well, and that's
And
fine.
so what we want to do is to be able to take a look at your cell phone, take a look at all the data, help us out. Yeah, that would be great. Or, you know, conversely, in this situation, we've already talked to your employer, and we already know that and we haven't told them what we know about this. We haven't said anything about that, but they say you're a nice guy. And I believe you're a nice guy.
Oh, okay.
Look, I have no reason. We take a picture for you. We went to your house.
No, you got a job to do. And I get
we
that.
went to your house.
You sit down here,
we went to your house this
we're
morning.
having a conversation, and
We went to your house this morning, and what we did was knock on the door. You let us inside. We had a nice conversation, and that's great. That's really positive. You came here to the center and drove down. You rode in the car with us.
yeah.
And we had a chance to sit down and talk. And not a fellow who is, I think, a mean fellow. You're not the kind of guy that would go out and do something malicious to somebody. So a lot of what we're trying to get figured out here today, right now, is exactly what's going on here. Why is this information showing us one thing, but then you're telling us another?
What is it showing you? What
This information
I'm just saying that is, just say that is my car. I told you I could have been driving that car.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know what it is but this seems to have taken a turn, You're sitting here and you're talking to me and you ask me things, and I get that.
Most people,
But now it's turning into,
most people have wanted to be eliminated from this.
well, sure,
That's
I don't want to be included to begin with. So until the point that you have something that tells you that I did this and you want to subpoena or arrest me or something, I've got nothing to worry about. So I'm not real concerned here, but your attitudes towards me have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that, it feels more like I'm being interrogated, and so then you're going to tell me that you've already talked to my wife and my daughter and stuff. Like, how straightforward is that?
Well, what would you? Okay, let's turn everything around. Tell me what you would do differently if you were in our situation. You had this information. How would you react? What would you do? You do the same thing that we're doing right now.
What information is it that you have?
We have.
You have that I was out there, and I told you from the very beginning that I was out there.
Yes, you did.
I didn't hide it.
Did you see this guy?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I told you, I see the only person that I clearly remember seeing that, and this isn't from the day, this is the next day. The only people or person that came into my mind were those three girls that I seen.
Richard, we're not upset with you, not mad at you, anything like that. We're just trying to get to the bottom of this, okay? No, I'm not, I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to try to get this situation straightened out. Mm-hmm. And what we want to do is simply get to the truth. What would help us get to the truth is being able to look inside of some of the things you're talking about, okay?
And I get that.
Okay.
And maybe on the other side of things, sure. And on the other side of things, if I thought I had something that was going to help you, that would, what do I have that's going to help you?
Okay. Well, I have some questions we can go through here, if you don't mind. And
I think we're done.
We have some other questions here that we could go through here. And what I could do,
Questions?
what does that hurt? Some of the questions that we can ask you are simply this. And I don't want you to feel like these questions all sound strange and it'd be very, even accusing in nature, but I want you to understand I'm not trying to offend you. But they help us out. They help us out by getting to a little bit farther along in this matter.
So, I don't know. Like I said, you went, you talked to my daughter and my wife.
What do you want?
I can't tell you what happened. I can tell you that if that picture was, you can sit and take anybody and say, well, if they were wearing this and wearing that, that could be them. If that picture was taken from one of the girls' phones,
Here's the
it's
problem
not me
with that.
because I've never met them.
No, but listen, here's the problem with that. You know why you can put a lot of people and say they're wearing blue jeans and a blue coat, but you know what the difference is? No, you said you were there.
Well, sure I
We
did.
have people that saw you.
Okay.
Ricky said you were out on the bridge yourself.
There aren't that many people that saw me. I'm sure I didn't miss that many people. If they walked behind me, I guess.
You said that you were out on the bridge, this bridge, yourself that day around the time when this happened.
No, I didn't.
You said you walked out onto the bridge. when we talked to you earlier, you said that you walked out to about the first platform or within that area down the bridge. That's what you told us. So we know that you were on the bridge.
Of course I was.
Okay.
And I told you that.
And with that, we can say that, is this person you? That's the question. Is that person you? That's the question we have to answer.
Sure.
Okay? So if that person is you, we know this person followed the girls all the way to the other side of the bridge and then told them to go down the hill.
Follow them. I don't even know what you're talking about. Like you're saying, don't.
Okay, so the bridge here, okay, this is the girls walking towards the other side of the bridge from where the trailhead is at.
The other side.
The other side of the bridge. And this person followed them all the way to the other side of the bridge where the...
Yeah. So let's
and
just...
then told them to go down the hill.
Okay, so let me stop here. I don't appreciate you trying to talk me into this.
No,
This is what I said. You're trying to change my words around. I told you I was on the bridge. Now you just told me this is the trailhead side of the bridge.
Over here on this
And
side.
you're saying I told you I walked on the bridge.
You said you walked on that bridge that day.
And that first trestle is somewhere,
Back there. Okay.
it's somewhere over there.
Help me understand. Okay. You came out this far. We know that
I did.
You
I
came
didn't
out,
go out that
you
far
came
that
out,
day.
you came out that far is what you told us.
I'm not going to tell you how. I can't tell by that how far out I was.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, you're saying that's me, and you're saying this is the far side of the bridge. I don't even go out that far anymore. I haven't for years.
Okay, for years. But back then, that was in 2017. Okay. And the question is this you?
No.
Okay. So you're telling me that this person was out there on the bridge and wore the same clothing that you had on that day, but you didn't see
You
them.
can't tell that's a black Carhartt coat, a blue Carhartt coat, a pullover. I told you I could have been wearing this.
The two kinds of clothing you said you wore that day was either a black Carhartt coat or a blue Carhartt coat. Okay, you said you had blue jeans, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've had jackets.
Okay, so put yourself in my chair.
I guess what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell you I wasn't wearing a black Carhartt that day. I told you I could have been. I don't know if that's a black Carhartt. And if it is, it's not mine, it's his.
Wow. I don't know for you, but me, I have seen hundred, even thousand of interrogation, and a criminal or a killer doesn't act like this. There is a lot, and I'm not an expert at all, but there is a lot of things who tells me that now what I'm seeing now is Richard Allen telling the truth. I don't see any red flag. I can see a lot of red flag in police interview of other case, but for now I don't see anything. And now we see that the cops try to go higher in their theory, because yes, he was there on the bridge. That's himself who goes to the sheriff several days after the girl was missing, telling that he was there on the bridge meeting 3 girls, and so he put himself on the crime scene. And here he was thinking that he was asked to come to the police to help, and now it's obvious that he had understand that this is not what the police want. The police had something else in their head, and they try to pressure him. I can feel that there is a pressure now. There is really a pressure on Richard Allen. Maybe for a good reason, but maybe not. I don't judge. I just try to analyze. But with his reaction, he doesn't deny, he doesn't say that he was not there, he didn't deny anything who could incriminate him in this in this case. So for now, what I see, it's somebody who's telling the truth. But Dr. Casbah, you can maybe tell me what you think about that, and everybody else on the chat can tell me what you think about that. It will be interesting to see what's your opinion. That's always interesting to have different opinion, even you think that he's guilty or innocent. Me, I have no idea. This is not because he's been found guilty and sentenced to 130 years in prison that he's guilty. There is a lot of innocent people in prison. So, but I don't say he's not guilty. I say that I try to analyze. And what I saw here, it's somebody who's telling the truth and start to be annoying by the cop because he was thinking that he was there to help the cops to go forward in the investigation. But this is not what did happen. The cops consider him as a suspect. For good or bad reason, I don't know. I know that nobody for 5 years. The cops had a lot of pressure on them. So if they can catch somebody with just a little bit of evidence, it will be really great for them. You think that he's hiding information? He might have seen it happen, pulled out his gun and cooked his gun, and the bullet probably came out of his gun that was in the chamber and fell to the ground, so he was there. Yes, maybe, but I don't know if no, we can know, we cannot we cannot say for how long this bullet was there. If the bullet was there before the crime, this is not this is not something impossible. Think of it. This is something which is possible. Maybe the bullet was there before the crime. Because everybody thinks that he was, not everybody, but a lot of people, on my understanding, think he was threatening the girls with his gun. But where is the proof of that? And like you say, he know the guns. He know how guns works. He know guns. So leave this bullet on place. It's strange. Studying his speech is not the killer, but so something. Probably, maybe not. But I even I don't know if he saw something. Because if you're not involved in a crime and you see something like that, a killing, you go to the sheriff and you tell what you have seen. And so I don't know why to hiding this information if you have see somebody killing these girls, but maybe it's the case. You are an ex-police officer, so you must know more than I. When the girls were first killed, the chief of police said, "We have your, we know you, we know who you are." They didn't arrest him until 4 or 5 years later. He is not the killer. Otherwise, they would have done all those warrants and search back then when he had blood on his clothes, even if he did it. Even if he did it, won't be able to prove he did it. Only the jury, and the jury is going. Is the jury is going to listen to already good lawyer, and a really good lawyer could make him guilty, and a really good lawyer can make him innocent. That's true. That's really true. But if there is something that I don't understand with the DNA, they find male DNA on the victim's body who didn't match to Alan, and they claim that Alan is the killer, the only killer. There is nobody else. One thing I noticed, he doesn't really ask to lawyer up. No, he didn't. And they don't give him the opportunity to lawyer up. No, that's true. Is regular questioning. Anytime you are questioning, you have to be Mirandized. Yeah, sure. Even for an interview like that, and if they really thought that he was guilty, they would have arrested him right then. Yeah, I think the same. That's why it's. I think there is something strange here. Something wrong. Oh, it will be the end of the video, so we are going to watch the end of the video, and after we can talk a little bit again.
And you said you have a hat, you normally wear a skull cap, which covers.
I said I carry one, so if I was wearing one, it would be like a skull cap or a smaller type of hat or something.
Okay, so this is the situation we're at, okay? Basically this, either you were out there to do this to the girls, or you were out there to be able to introduce the girls to somebody else.
Okay. Good luck finding anything that points in that direction. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. So I'm not really that concerned. You know, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and then slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody, and I'm not going to do it.
Menteur! Que des
Sorry.
No, I don't know where this came from.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, really not. I just want you to put yourself in the situation where we as police officers are looking at all the evidence that we have and what you've told us right now, okay? Okay, not trying to give you a hard time, just want to make sure that we get everything taken care of here. That's why we wanted to look at the things that we wanted to look at.
And that's not going to happen now. I mean, like I said, we're done here. So arrest me or take me home.
I understand. So,
Arrest me or take me home. I'm done. This is stupid.
okay. So, that day, so on that day, you went out there and
I don't know why this cut.
this person here is wearing.
That's what you think. I don't know how you can tell that that's a black Carhartt coat, which is what I told you, a black or blue Carhartt coat. Blue jeans. Never mind. This is ridiculous. You're trying to tell me that I gave you a description of this guy and I didn't. I mean, we all looked at this thing for months and years, and to me, that doesn't even look like a Carhartt coat.
But you can't say it's not, can you? I mean, neither one of us can.
You're right.
Can't say it's not. I mean, we can't say that it's not a Carhartt coat. We can't say that that hat isn't similar to the one that you have had at one point. So,
Okay.
with all those things in view,
You've lost my trust. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. This is stupid. Now you pissed me off.
well, I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
And I have,
So are you arresting me?
well, I really try. I'm gonna try to get
Are
this
you
thing worked
arresting
out. Okay. I want to try to get this thing worked out.
Am I free to leave or not?
You've always been free to leave.
Thank you. You're an asshole.
Thank you, you're an asshole. That's what he said. Yeah, I agree with you, Dr. Casbah. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's possible. This is highly possible. Two offenders. This is something we see often in this kind of case. Yep. 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 But like you said, Richard Allen doesn't look like dumb. He look like intelligent. He is on stock market. He have a nice job. He have a nice family. So for now, in my mind, and what I see, just one police interview. For now, I see somebody who is not guilty of anything. But this is only the first video. This is the first police interview that we are watching together with all you in the chat and all you, the viewers. And I would like to tell you that you are really important because without you, I'm no one. I'm nobody. Dr. Casbah say he is innocent, otherwise he would have made more excuse. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. A lot of killer find excuses for their stuff. Yeah, I agree. And came back a lot longer. He would have tempted them. No, for sure. He would have played with the police, but no, he wanted to go home. Yeah. Yeah. And like you were saying just before, and you was right. You were right. Um, if they don't have the a DNA match, it could work. And it's the case. The DNA doesn't match. And why they didn't try to find who, where the DNA comes from? It's something I don't understand. Yeah, he keep asking for his wife and his wife's permission. He doesn't look like the the dominant male of the house. Yeah, but don't worry, I'm okay. Cheryl, hi, great to see you. The video that changed my mind that he did it was his face right before he spoke to his wife in the interview room. That's something that I don't have seen yet. Uh, we are going to do that step by step. Yeah, you was referring to that. I have a photogenic memory and really good photogenic memory, but I don't remember exactly 5 years ago what I was wearing when I was out walking in the park in February in Rhode Island. Yeah, and it's the same for me. Yeah, yeah. It is the second video. Yeah, I have the second video here on my channel. Um, I can to show you, but I will not do that today because we are already on 3 hours and 50 minutes. So it starts to be a lot. Yeah, so where's my mystery with Mr. Magic? Oh, that's me. I'm alive. So yeah, I have put 3 video. This first interview that we have look just right now. The second one that I don't have watched yet, and will do that when we will be on in the live show together, and yeah, the prison phone call where he confessed, or he say he did it. But this is something we are going to do next week, and this one maybe the week after. And like you say, like you see, and I hope you see. Oh yeah, you see it. I'm a lot on GFK, a lot, of the new GFK assassination document released by the CIA. Sorry. The King. Hello, welcome. Welcome on the channel. I think it's the first time I saw you, so welcome. Yeah, I try to cover this case, but it's just the beginning for me because I have heard about this case, but I was not really interested to deep dive in this case because I had at the time a lot of different stuff to do. But now that I have the time to do different things, I start to take a deep dive in this case, starting with this first video, this first interview. And now I'm going to go deeper in the case, try to find the files, asking for the files, even if I need to pay. That's what I do. So uh, asking for the files, asking for the transcribe of the trial, try to see if there is other video of Richard Allen, knowing more about the other person maybe involved in this horrible crime, taking more information about Killan, right? This is that Killan. Help me in the chat. The guy who had created a fake profile. Help me. Firepixie say hi. Dr. Casbah say a lot of serial killer that had wife like John Wayne Gacy and the Golden State Killer and stuff. They had wife that they didn't speak to after they were arrested because of shame. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I agree. But Richard Allen keeps talking to his wife. Richard Allen keeps asking for his wife permission to do everything to me is innocent. Okay. And like you are an ex-cop, I think that you know your business. I know he's not a serial killer. No, he's not a serial. No, he's not a serial killer. No, he's not. But I'm just saying, once they kill somebody, you are going to either have remorse. Yeah, that's true. Or you are not one, or you are not one of the two. You are either a cold out killer. That's true. And if you have, sorry, and if you have remorse, you are going to talk about it to the close people. He keeps talking about it to his wife. So he knows something, but he didn't do it. He doesn't have remorse because he didn't do. Most of his admission are, I did it. What are the telephone calls for like 10, even 13? I think somebody have said that in the chat early. Like 10 of the different telephone call, he said, I did it, I did it, I did it. But he doesn't say I killed them until later on. Thank you, Dr. Casbah. Thank you. And it's always a time to work. Always. Rock with Mr. B. Mr. B is here for you, my baby. So, thank you very much to stay with me for almost 4 hours. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's incredible. You are really passionate, really passionate. If you want to write to me about anything, this is my email address. Plus I'm not really no. If you want to be part of the show to talk about this case, debate about this case, write to me at this address. This is the zodiac@gmail.com. If you want to talk about something else on the case, the Zodiac case, to be part of the panel, which is every Sunday 9 p.m. my time, we have a panel discussion about the Zodiac Killer mystery. We talk about a lot of things, a lot of suspects, a lot of theories, and I can do other video. I have already done uh, some video with Mr. Ned Dehan from Black Box Online Radio, BBOR, coming to you from West Virginia. Subscribe to the channel because it's a really great channel. I would like to tell you also to subscribe if you want to Planet X Film Works from my friend Ross Gerasi, an excellent channel about also true crime, but also about movie. And if you want, you can also subscribe to my Wimi, my friend Sharon Young. His YouTube channel is We Are They Voices. We Are They Voices. Um, she's doing an incredible job. I was thinking to talk to you about Ray Gilbert, but I'm going to do that another time. But I've buy the book of Mr. Ray Gilbert, who has spent 36 years in prison for nothing. And now he's free. He continued to claim his innocence. And yeah, Keegan, thank you. Thank you, doctor. He continued to claim his innocence, and I'm going to receive him when he will be available to talk about his book and about his life. His book is available on Amazon. The name is 36 Years, a true story by Raymond Gilbert. You will find it on Amazon. It's not expensive. It's $10. It's a nice, really nice book with nice picture, and I have received it yesterday. I've posted some picture of my media on Facebook. If you want to join Facebook, the Facebook page of the channel, it's Mysteries with Mr. Belgic on Facebook. If you want to contact me by Twitter, it's the same. Mysteries with Mr. Belgic. On Instagram, it's the same. And we will try to do another video next week on Monday. Maybe another day. I'm not sure. I need to see my schedule. So, but we are going to continue with the second police interview, and I hope you will be there because I need you. You rock, really, and I really appreciate everything you do for the channel, and I really appreciate that you are always here with me, and that means a lot for me. It means a lot. It means a lot. So, thank you very much. Take care of yourself. Take care of your loved one. Take care of your family. And see you soon.